Okay, good morning everybody, and welcome to day 3 of the New Zealand Nikon Iris Awards. We're starting off the landscape and camera category this morning, and we'll start with the run-through. Judges, please note any exclusions while this is happening.
Sorry guys, just waiting on the panel here. Will be just a moment. guys, just one thing before the panel chairs start. There is a Toyota Land Cruiser out in the car park with its lights on. If it belongs to one of you, we don't want somebody with a flat battery.
Sure, okay.
Will be by tonight. That's true.
The number of exclusions I wrote down, it doesn't add up to the right number. I think maybe I missed one or two.
Are you talking about your exclusions, bro?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
so, but I'll just step up if that comes up, it's not an issue.
Yeah, well, no one.
Yeah, well, yeah, if it just depends.
That's how I write.
Yeah, I'm happy with the 9.
Yeah.
See Sonic?
Oh, Sonic.
Sorry guys, there's one other thing which we can't do anything about. Last night the trade stands had all their stands put in there. They are packing in today. They have been asked to be as quiet as possible for us. But if we do hear a little bit of noise and it's becoming a problem, let us know and we can go and have another talk to them. But yeah, there's nothing we can actually do about it. So we'll try and keep them as quiet as we possibly can, okay? So that's what it is. Thank you.
Are we waiting for the... It's already done, is it? Oh, yeah? No, the exclusion. They haven't, okay, great. Manual sorted, that's good. So we're ready to rock. So good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here so bright and early. We're just about to begin the New Zealand Landscape In-Camera Photographer of the Year. And this category is kindly sponsored by Sony, so thank you so much for our friends at Sony. And once again, we also thank Nikon, our overall sponsor of the Iris Awards. We thank them very much for making this event happen. So judges, we're just about to kick off, but I've been asked to remind you to refrain from using your cell phones when you're not judging and to pay attention to to what's going on. Otherwise, you'll have to see me in the office afterwards. Yes. So thank you for that. So we're going to call up, first up, Kay, Catherine, Mike, Dan and Elan. And while you're doing that, I'll just read the scripter for the category. The landscape and camera category is intended for landscape photographs that depict the natural or urban environment in a way that closely represents the authenticity of the original scene. Entries may be commissioned or self-commissioned. An entry may be presented as a series, such as a diptych or a triptych. Aerial images are permitted. This includes images taken from equipment such as drones, aircraft, helicopters, or even hot air balloons. Except where specified as permitted above, entries must comply with all rules. Permitted post-production techniques include basic processing using tonal control, colour control, black and white conversion, sharpening, cropping, and restrained use of grain, noise, lens correction, vignetting, etc. Permitted camera techniques are in-camera capture. Direct capture to Polaroids and plates will require digital reproduction, in-camera multiple exposure with frames captured in sequence.
Yeah.
Focus stacking.
But
you understand all that, that's great.
There.
Hands up when you're all in. Ready. Good on you. We all good? Elon?
Yeah,
Ready?
sorry.
First image, please. Starting the session, and I do. Which one is begin? Thank you so much. Yes, first print, please. Yes, thank you for that, esteemed Mr. Langford.
We got a,
Yeah, you should have one.
oh, here we go, here it is. Yep.
Thanks for that, judges. And we have a very high bronze to start with a 79. There's a couple of judges in the next scoring range. Would they like to contribute to that, or are we happy with that score?
Don't you have to rejudge on 79?
Yes, we do, sir, and I was going to inform you of that in the next breath. So,
Where's the room?
so perhaps, Kay, you'd like to talk to the print, whether we
I
in
think
or
if
out?
we're doing a review, can we do the review first and then have a comment?
Okay.
Yep.
We
'Cause
don't,
There's no challenge, so
no chance, but,
it's important we don't influence, any comments we make don't influence what the other judges are. Sorry.
oh, so mean. I would have done it the other way around. I mean, someone talk it up or down. Okay, well, I've been corrected there by somebody who knows way more than me. So, all right, guys, so we know what happens here. This is a review score. It's 79, stay as it is, 80, silver.
No, it needs to go into the review section.
Review, guys. Oh, so do I do something now?
Elon does.
Elan.
Yeah, sorry. Senior moment.
There's a good chance we'll bounce out.
You have to
Elan,
do something.
You
That's
just
right,
need
I'll
to do
just-
it a few times.
I'll
Well,
just tick-
okay, I think
I
it's
can
something
tick-
on your end,
No?
but
Just
I'll do
wait.
it again. Just
We used to do that.
Unclick
No,
that.
just
Okay.
when it's going in review, it often takes a couple of
Sometimes-
times for it to stick.
sometimes the chair does something and it clears.
Yeah.
Okay, well, hang on. I'll just try that because that's what happened yesterday.
Okay.
So have a crack now, Elan.
Thank you. Yeah.
That's it. Thanks, mate. Okay, that remains as it is at 79. We'll accept that score. Next print, please.
We'll comment.
Oh, beg your pardon, comment. Oh, it's the start of the day. I'll get into it, don't worry. So, yes. Oh, okay. So, thank you for clapping the photographer. Would someone like to make a comment? Kay.
Someone, welcome. Yeah, I actually really enjoyed the sculptural nature of the image. I guess what for me and I did sneak it into a silver range, is the colouring. There's some awful colouring in the shadow areas which are being quite distracting. So just pay attention to that.
Sure, the photographer will appreciate those comments. Thank you for that. We'll accept that score. And next print, please. Well done. We have a bronze at 76. Reasonably even scoring across the panel there. Are we happy with that? Michael, would you like to make a comment for the photographer?
Yeah, I've found the focus on the large rock on the right very distracting to the overall composition of the two frames.
Thank you, Michael. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. Okay, we have a lot of judges thinking exactly the same thing, but it has resulted in a silver, which is fantastic. But Dan, you are in the next scoring range. Would you like to challenge that?
Yes, I would. The instant impact that this picture has embedded in my mind, in my brain when I first saw it, and I've seen it again, and it's there, and it's such a strong image. I love the depth of the picture, the textures, and the way that the photographer's planted a tree 15 years ago and waited to take the picture.
Excellent. Well, everyone's pretty similar for the rest of you, so perhaps Elan, you're only just the lowest.
Yeah, I scored this 78, so I'm almost there, and I think I'll go up slightly. It is a beautiful photo, and it certainly deserves a silver.
Thank you, Elan. Catherine?
This speaks to me about the sort of youth against the older, and we see that through the liveliness of the rich yellows in the young tree against the trunks of the older trees. Also, the really gentle blue hue in the mist is really complementary and aiding to this really standing out. And as I look at it further, the really purposeful framing with the darker trunks on the left and right do really hold your eye in there. There's a lot to sort of dance around in the mist beyond as well. I would be in support of seeing this go higher.
Lovely comments, thank you. Anyone else like to contribute? I sense an inherent enthusiasm there. Let's reflect that in the keys. Let's go. Rescore, please. Original score, 82. Oh, sorry, Rod applied, Dan. I beg your pardon.
Oh, thank you, guys. You've even made the picture look better for me. I do like the way it's framed and the depth on either side, and I think that we need to get this where it belongs.
Thank you, Dan. Let's rescore. Dan, you put in the same score, mate.
Yep.
Excellent, well done. We now have a silver distinction at 86. So we'll accept that score. Next print, please. Just might remind the judges at the beginning of the day to be brave with your scores rather than fence sitting. I'm the boss. Oh, next little doofer. One to go.
Hasn't come through on out here.
Okay, well, it's wonderful. We have a bronze at 75. But Kay is enthusiastically going to challenge.
I put this into just the low silver. I loved the interplay of the interior and exterior, and how, I guess how metaphorically it's sort of they connect in terms of that whole religious theme. I didn't go higher because I did find that the white spot in the sky did take my eye out of the frame, but I felt it was beautifully captured, and even the fact that the rope, it's almost creating a barrier for you in terms of that internal, external feeling. So yeah, I just squeaked it into silver, so I'd like you guys to sort of hear what you guys have to say.
Well, all the others are similar thinking in score terms. Michael, we'll go for you, mate.
I gave the 76. I've actually found the cross being so out of focus very distracting. Outside of that, I think it's a very well executed, well seen image. It's also not that original in terms of that's what you do photograph when you're there. But the very large cross out of focus is a distraction.
Catherine.
I'm possibly the lowest score at 71. There are aspects of this which I do think are successful. The fact that the horizon is not straight is really bothering me quite significantly, and also where the cross is sitting, the white in the foreground is just so dominating, and that's why I've placed it where I have.
Ilan.
I'm possibly the lowest score at 70.
Yes, you are.
I was struggling with the cross, but also, it doesn't tell a story for me simply because the background is cold, cool colors, bluish and greenish. The foreground is brown. I don't see a story here. I'm really struggling.
Okay, Kay, bring it home.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not bothered by the cross being out of focus, because to me that's not necessarily where we want to focus in terms of the story within the image. I think there's some beautiful tones and everything that's been created with where it really overlays in that central area. And my eye hits those windows and is taken up and drawn into the scene. So I'm actually drawn into the image more. The block of white in the foreground, the way it's actually angled literally takes your eye. So the eye moves along that line through the windows and round again. So I am actually held in the image and enjoying that central part of the image. I'm not saying there's not flaws in there, but for me, I'm enjoying it.
Good effort, Kay. Let's see how that results. Let's original score 75. Let's rescore, please. Well done, Kay. You gained it at a point. It's now got 76, which is a bronze. Well done to the photographer. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. Okay, well done. We have a high bronze at 78. Clap, clap. But we do have a couple of challenges possible, and Elan, yes, you are the highest of those two.
I gave this 84. I think this is original. In-camera capture, double exposure. It's beautifully printed. The color palette is exquisite. The transition of colors. We have obviously a dominant island in the background, but behind it is this beautiful texture, and it's almost like watercolors. So to achieve that in camera, you know, I just salute the photographer, and I encourage you, we're not far away, to come up to Silver. This is beautiful art in motion.
Okay, at the other end.
I guess I'm not seeing or feeling what you're feeling with the image, Elan. I'm not sure the technique entirely has added to the image. Yes, the colour palette's really lovely and soft and gentle, but to me, I feel the technique's quite heavy with the, and it doesn't appeal to me in terms of...
Michael, I
how
see
it
you
fits
enjoyed the
together.
print as well. Do you want to have a little crack?
Yeah, look, I gave this 82 for its originality, if nothing else. And in fact, when I first looked at it, I went, this is an in-camera capture. And that elevated it immediately for me because there's no post-production techniques over-dominating this. So just pencil sketch, watercolor pencils, you know, just all those pastels. It's really quite beautiful.
Anyone else like to contribute before we score? Dan?
I felt this picture was instantly like a piece of naive art, and for that I congratulate it because it's difficult to do that in a camera. So it's very cool.
Elan?
I think everything has been said. One more judge into Silver, and we're done.
Okay, so it scores 78. Let's see how we go. Well done, team. That's Silver at 81. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. Some quite close scoring there, which has resulted in a bronze at 73. Oh, 75, I beg your pardon. God. I'm just keeping you on your toes. It's a majority of 3. Sorry about that. So that looks like we're all in sort of cahoots there. We happy with that score?
Yeah.
Catherine, would you like to make a comment for the photographer?
Yeah, in terms of authentic capture, it certainly takes me to this place. There are a couple of things like there's some little flecks in the sky and there's a little bit of chromatic aberration on the right-hand side. But yeah, it certainly takes me there and that's lovely.
Thank you, Catherine. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. Thank you for that panel. We have a bronze at 75. Okay, thank you for that. Kay, would you like to make a comment for the photographer?
I'm not sure I can sort of maybe give anything that's going to maybe help the photographer, because I actually really enjoyed the image. Maybe pull down the highlights in the sky just a touch. I don't know, Mike, you put your hand up if you've got anything you might...
Yeah, just be more aware of visual merges. There's quite a few happening in there that would have elevated it a lot had they not been there.
Thank you for that. Judges, we'll accept that score. And next, oh sorry, blank screen please. Thank you, Michael. You can take a little stand up. And Mika, would you mind joining the panel, please? So just to remind everyone, we are landscape and camera, and we have some very seriously qualified judges looking at these images. So any commentary is good to be taken on board and treasured. So we'll have the next print, please. Okay, gloves are going to be on in a minute, but we've done very well already at 81 for a silver, so congratulations. But we have an automatic challenge here of Catherine Williams. What is your score, Catherine?
I scored this 93. I had a really highly impactful emotional response to this. It felt quite sort of spiritual in a way, or there was an eye or a peacock feather. There was just all these different shapes that I could see coming out in there, and those sort of wisps of light. And then my eye keeps bouncing down to the red glow. It fills me with curiosity, and there's richness in the colour, and then all this detail with the beautiful stars in the sky. But the stars don't over-dominate. They're just, you see them, and then there's some sort of layers of cloud in the bottom, and there's just a lot to look at, and it feels highly original in terms of, in a landscape. It's beautiful to look at.
Well, we do have a range of scores here, so at the other end, Dan, would you like to make a comment for your position?
It didn't do much for me initially. It's very subtle. I guess that's why I didn't see it too much. It still doesn't, even with your wonderful comments, it doesn't warm to me. I just took one look at it and it didn't resonate with me, I'm afraid. But I have to say, the overall composition with that nice star looks very good. But no, I didn't see it.
Thanks for that, Dan. It's okay to feel what you feel. And so in the middle of the pack, Kay.
Yeah, to me it's one of those images which you look at and it takes a while to sort of appreciate it, I guess. And I'm pleased Catherine did challenge it, because for me it's beautiful. You are held in the image constantly between the blue, the contrast between the blue tones and the red tones. And something that really struck me is that there's a tiny weeny, at the left-hand side of that red line, there's a tiny weeny little dot. And often we look at white dots or red dots, whatever that is, and think, oh no, we've got to get rid of those sort of things. But in this category, this is in camera capture. And to me, that gave me a little reward. which I found really appealing. So yeah, Catherine, I'm pleased you. Whether I can come to gold, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm probably definitely looking at silver distinction.
Does anyone else want to comment before Catherine? Mika?
I think it's a highly original capture, and I really enjoy the red strip because I think otherwise the star just, shoots off into the atmosphere and disappears out of the frame, and that redness brings you back. The only concern I have is that there's a dark patch to the top left of the star in the sky, and I'm not sure what has caused that, but it is quite distracting for me. So I'd like if someone can address that, and perhaps it doesn't bother anybody else, but that is the thing that's holding me back a little.
Catherine?
Yeah, just in terms of the dark patch, I guess, I'm looking at that and I'm not seeing a symmetrical shape that's being broken by that dark shape. I'm seeing a lot of wisps, so I'm seeing some wisps at the bottom of light, and that just feels like that's also just a wisp of dark there. That eye shape, it does hold you in, but then as you explore everything else, there is quite a lot of little nuggets on that horizon line. We can see some lights and we can see some shapes on the horizon. There is actually quite a lot to explore in there. So you've got initial impact, richness of colour, and then lots of little fine details that really do keep you in there.
Thank you for those comments, Catherine. So the original score was 81. Let's rescore, guys. Well done. We have a silver distinction. Haven't even told you the score yet. It's 85, so well done to the photographer there. So we'll accept that. And next print, please. Thank you, judges. That's fairly even thinking across the board there, which has resulted in a high professional standard of 73. Would Kay like to make a comment for the photographer, please?
I found some of the colours in the flowers a little bit, distracting. I think and perhaps a little bit more focus in an area just to hold our attention.
Thank you, Kay. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. Very even thinking there, panel. Thank you for that. We have a bronze at 75. Looks like we're probably happy with that. Dan, would you like to make a comment for the photographer, please?
Beautifully seen picture. I congratulate the photographer. The strength of the waterfall and the symbolic sun coming up for a new day. It's a nice capture with lovely lines. To go higher, I probably would be looking for more detail in the picture. It's a little lacking in detail. Thank you.
Lots of nodding of the head there, so thank you for that, Dan. And we'll have a blank screen, wonderful UCOL students, for a second. We'll accept that score. And we'll have a little judge change. Could Kay, you take a little rest? And Glenn, would you mind coming in?
Hello, you're still there.
Don't leave me here alone, Dan.
Did you enjoy that exercise, Dan? Thank you. Could we have the next print, please? Hope everyone at home has settled in with their coffees, watching a wonderful category, an age-old category of landscape and camera. Such a variety of offerings, big challenge to the panel always, but we've got a great panel. Oh, we've got a little doozy here. Congratulations to the photographer already, a silver distinction at 85. But we have someone who's way more enthusiastic than that. Elan, would you like to challenge that and mention your score, please?
I scored this photograph 95, gold distinction. So what we're presented here is really a magnificent image, and I encourage you to look at it again. We're already up at the silver distinction. Obviously, this is an aerial photograph, but with a huge scale. And if it was just the parachuter just spreading his wings, that would be maybe in a low gold. But on the left-hand side, we see actually what I think is American football type, or maybe rugby field. And you know, the amount of detail here, and it looks so urban with that grid. And to do this in camera with those subtle colors, subtle shades of gray, it's pristine.
Thank you, Elan. Obviously, there's a lot of enthusiasm for it, but at the other end of the scale is Mika.
Yeah, I'm on 78. I thought this was a strong bronze. I like the little person, and I'm interested how they're lost within that great big, you know, very barren landscape. The concerns that I have were that there's a white spot that's pretty much the same size as the person, and so you know, you really have to look past those things to really pay attention to the person. And I didn't understand the goalpost shadow at all, so I probably was a bit mean, but I'm listening. But they're my concerns. I'd like them to be addressed.
Catherine.
Yeah, I gave this 87, and as I look at it further, I'm thinking that maybe I have been a little bit low. It's I saw all the things that you've spoken about, Elan. Also, the paper choice is a really beautiful marrying with the textures that are presented within the image and then the textures on the paper. It's got quite a lot of boldness in the texture, and yet it's very subtle through the palette. It speaks to me almost metaphorically about being centred within the goalposts, you know, centre of the field. I can sort of see an emotional response to this. The white dot, yeah, I sort of thought that too. I wasn't sure if I was okay about that white dot, but I think the boldness of all the textures, when you sort of look at it, you realise there is lots of kind of lumps and dots and stripes, and it adds to an interest, and I could really visualise this being sort of like a wall-sized mural. I think it's quite fabulous.
Great comments, Catherine, thank you. Some serious scoring in here. Does anyone else like to contribute? Yep, Glenn?
Yeah, because we're talking gold, I just want to get involved there. Look, I was down there on 83, and I'm struggling to go higher Mika's points were, I think, quite correct, but it's the relationship between the man and the goalpost that I'm really struggling to find. And the fact the photographer's chosen to chop the goalposts off where they have, it really actually it intersects with that left line. And for an image that is so simple and subtle, yet having that as a harshness to the edge, yeah, I'm really fighting to go any higher with it. Plus, and this is just a real visual bug for me, a lot of the lines are dropping. I wish the photographer had twisted the camera to the left ever so slightly so that a lot of those textural lines were parallel. It's so close, but it's not square. So, we're talking gold. That sort of thing I don't think can happen, sadly, because I enjoy the image a lot. It's challenging and it's thinking in a new way, but it just hasn't quite pulled it off, sadly.
Okay, Elon.
Yeah, happy to address these minute flaws. This is tension. So we have black and white. This is a monochromatic image with, 50 shades of gray, and we need a white. And so there, if you can look carefully, that parachuter is actually facing that white dot, and the goalpost is also facing in that direction. So we have everything giving us that dynamic. Yes, it's not horizontal, and that's why I didn't give it 98. 95. I think we can definitely go to a gold.
Great support of the image, Elon. Thank you for that. So let's see what those thoughts add up to. We have a silver distinction already at 85. So all points count, so we have a wonderful silver distinction at 89, but we all know what that means, don't we? So 89 stays, 90 gold.
Click on that box and then choose what you want, an 89 or 90. It's butted me out again.
Okay, I'll just have a little click of a button here, which I've learnt to use. Stays where it is at 89. Thank you very much. So we will accept that score. Next print, please. Great discussion so far, panel. Keep it up. Matt? Relatively even scoring here, which has resulted in a high bronze at 78. Is the panel happy with that score? Okay. Catherine, would you like to comment to the photographer, please?
Yeah, a lovely feel to this, the sharpness against the softness, lovely palette, nice paper choice with the metallic. I think possibly the dark on the left-hand side is not aiding the photograph.
Thank you. Catherine, could we have a blank screen, please? Dan, the man, could you just have a little rest? And Matt, could you come in, please? All good, Matt? Cool. Next print, please. We have a nice little audience starting to build here. Thank you for coming, everybody. Just remember to play the game of what you might score it yourselves, just in case you're erstwhile judges in the future. And we'd like to once again thank Nikon for making this all happen, and I think we should all be very grateful that we can gather together here and enjoy photography. Many parts of the world could not do this, so we're grateful. I love judging, but I think I love this way more when I sit here and watch all these little numbers pop up in front of me. So the panel are very enthusiastic here and quite even thinking, and it has resulted in a very high distinct silver at 88. But the man with the cap is throwing his hand in the air. And what was your score, Elon? And you can challenge.
I scored this 94. What do we have here? We have a grid. It's X-Max-Drix, or whatever you say that in English. This is a celebration of patterns. And the photographer has presented us with a beautiful matrix of roads intersecting and dissecting, and we have power lines, and we have tracks, and we have every pattern is beautifully crafted. Some of them merge, some of them don't. It really is sort of dancing. We have symmetry, but none of the images repeats. The corners, the center, everything works in harmony. It's exquisite. 94.
Thank you for those comments, Ilan. There's some pretty high thinking here, so no one's sort of the bad guy. But maybe Mika, if you could tell us what you think.
Yeah, I was down on 84, and I think I was a bit mean. I'm glad that you've spoken to it. The detail is exceptional. Some of the fine lines are probably not even 1 pixel. They're absolutely exquisite, those little telephone lines and stuff. I think for me, I just was looking for a story, and I wasn't getting a very clear story, but I'm revisiting that because I don't think you actually need a story. The story is just about how amazing the photographer's eye is to put all these panels together in such a pleasing way. They're clearly different areas, and yeah, I will be coming up.
Glenn, what would you like to say?
Yeah, I was there on 88, and I'm glad we've got to talk about this, and I'm certainly glad we've got to be able to read it for a bit longer. What I've ended up kind of coming to is, initially I was slightly bugged that every photograph seems to have a little imperfection in it, and then the more I looked at it, I realised that's the story, that's the reason it exists. It's wonderful in its graphic nature, but then as you explore each frame, there's just more to its individual story, whether it's a power line going through that starts to reveal it as being part of our landscape rather than just a bold graphic. Ilan, thank you very much. I'll be coming up there to Gold with you.
Any other contributions before Elon? No? Good. Elon.
Gold.
Okay, with that, we'll rescore, please. And gold you have, 92. That's good cooperation there, panel. Well done. We'll accept that score. And next print, please. So some pretty clear thinking there by 4 of you, and it has resulted in a bronze at 75. But Glenn, you are in the next scoring range, and you are welcome to challenge if you wish.
Look, no, I'm in the 81. I just snuck it into silver. I'd like to comment though, but I won't challenge.
You are welcome to comment.
Cool. Look, just the colour palette was really lovely. I snuck this into a very low silver because I loved what was going on. It's perhaps a little bit just too muddy in that sky, and there's not quite enough detail coming out of that mountain for it to go a whole lot higher, and for me to drag my fellow judges with me.
Well said. Thank you for that. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. Okay, once again, we have 4 judges thinking similarly, and it has ended up in a bronze at 75. Well, hang on.
I can challenge.
That's right, you can.
I can challenge.
So Ilan is in the next scoring range, definitely.
Yeah. I scored at 84. I really enjoyed this. The oval shape with rocks and the slight vignetting. And actually, if you look carefully, there's like an artificial, it looks rectangular pool in the middle that holds your eye. So, I gave it silver because I enjoyed the composition. I enjoyed the cool and the warm colors. I enjoyed the cropping. I thought this was delicious.
Thank you, Ilan. Mika, you can have a little turn.
Yeah, I'm sitting on 77. I like the little pool, but I feel that its positioning gives you the impression that that's the centerpiece, and yet it's quite dull. It's not as bright or vivid as what I was expect it to be if it was the centerpiece. My eye's actually being drawn to some of the other bright areas, like the rim of the clouds, and there's quite a bright area in the sky above that, and I feel that they're competing. And I also feel that the dark areas are quite dark, and we're missing a little bit of the enjoyment of those rocks.
Catherine.
I was on 71, and I feel quite similarly to Mika. I also feel that the scene that I'm excited about is off in the distance. It's the rock on the right-hand side and the pool, but yet the rock in the foreground is just so dominating, but less interesting to me. So I feel compositionally it does feel a bit unresolved for me.
Anyone else? Matt?
Yeah, I don't want it to be a pile-on because I think there are some good things about the images, like the textures and all this kind of thing. For me, I felt that the distortion, which had been intentionally amplified using the oval framing, has become too much of a feature of the image, even dominating some of the subject material of the image itself. Particularly the rock on the left-hand side is quite pulled and squished.
Thank you for those comments. Ilan?
Let's rescore.
Okay, thank you for that. 75 was the original score. One more point at 76. Well done to the photographer. Could we have a blank screen, please? And could we swap Catherine and Ilan? Could you take a jump up? And Jason and Jackie, welcome to the panel.
Take a jump. Go jump. Hello, how are you? Very good, thank you.
We all good, judges? Wonderful eucalypts. Could you let us have the next print, please?
Yeah, we're not quite loaded yet.
You haven't
Oh.
submitted.
Oh, is that me?
Go on again. Just wait a second.
Sorry, guys. That was my bad. I'm easily distracted. Okay. Thank you for that. We have a 71 average with common thinking across the board. So we'll accept that score, but can we have a comment from somebody? Oh, Jackie, let's warm you up, shall we?
Okay. To improve the photograph, I think take away those distractions in the top left and right, light areas, and open up the shadows a little bit. Just needed a little bit more information in there.
Thank you, Jackie. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. Sorry, guys, we were distracted there too. Okay, so once again, even thinking, and we have resulted in a 72. And perhaps let's have a look. Yeah, go for it, Glenn.
Yeah, those leading lines are great. Really nice sort of colour palette, but highlights got a bit blown out for me, and I didn't discover something at the end of my visual journey.
Thank you, Glenn. We'll accept that. And next print, please. Once again, fairly consistent thinking there amongst the panel has resulted in the highest of professional standard at 74. Everyone happy with that? Thanks, Matt. Could you make a comment for the photographer, please?
Yeah, professional capture, the ice in the foreground adds an interesting element. However, the darkening on the mountain on the left-hand side is quite heavy, as well as the glow over that mountain.
Thank you, Matt. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. Well, we have a little range within a little range, which has resulted in the highest of bronzes at 79. Mika.
Yep, I'm on 84, so I will be challenging. This photograph to me has quirkiness. It is delightful. It makes me smile. What I really particularly like about it is the relationship between the trees and the soil, the ground, the rock. The rock actually has sort of like a curtain hanging feeling to it. The shadows and the brights, it's almost sculpted. And to me, it's like it's curtainous. I love the delicacy of the trees, the strength of the rock. I love the great big wide sky that makes those trees seem really minuscule. Yeah, I'm on a solid silver, and I encourage you to look for some points and come up and join me.
Jackie, I know you weren't putting your hand up, but I'll just pretend you were. So would you like to?
I'm 177, and I was the negative space. Somehow I felt that there was too much there. I couldn't see a reason for it, and I was trying to find the rhythm and pattern of the trees that would delight my eye and get me there. But I'm listening to your comments, and so I'll maybe need one more.
Matt.
Yeah, I placed it in bronze. That's very high standard of professional practice. What I saw was potentially a fire-affected landscape, because I noticed that a lot of the trees that were overlapping the ground of it didn't have the branches or foliage that I would have maybe expected based on what was on the ridgeline. But then I felt that story had been told in such a way that it was very high professional, rather than the imagination and creativity that I wanted for a silver.
Well, you're all quite close as a panel, so Mika, your job to bring it home.
Yeah, I think that this is about lines and curves. Almost every single line is perfectly vertical. The curves throughout the image are subtle and soft. It's difficult to make hard and soft come together so beautifully. I think the photographer's done a really great job of it, the negative space I actually think really enhances the image, just to make those trees seem so tiny within this vast space. I encourage you to come up.
Good supportive comments there, Mika. It's got a 79 to start with. Let's see what it ends up. Well done. The photographer will be very pleased at 80, silver. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. Okay, we have an average of 80. Very similar thinking there, panel. Would someone like to comment for the photographer? Jackie, thank you.
Yeah, I think I would have scored this higher if there's a sense of the landscape being crooked. The cow is sort of, that little cow in there is going downhill, but not straight down from the horizon line. I think I would have gone higher.
Thank you. Blank screen, please. We'll accept that score at 80. Well done. And could we swap Glenn out for Kay, please? Next print, please. Next print, please, guys. Oh, cheers. Hang on. That's called 18% grey. Let's see what you can make out of that texture. Sorry, Matt, what was that? I'll just spit on it, rub it with your sleeve, mate. There's a little cloth here if you like, a little glove. The spit worked. Thanks, Eli. Well done. Majority of 3 at 80. Silver. Congratulations to the photographer. Panel's happy with that, I think. Let's have a look. Jason, have a little crack.
Yeah, the human form as landscape is a pretty well explored genre. So this is tonally really nice through the lit area, but I needed a little bit more from it. And the complete inky blackness lost me.
You have support there silently in the background, so well done, Jason. But well done to the photographer also. We'll accept that score at silver. And next print, please. Four people thinking very similarly, and we've ended up with a bronze at 75. But we do have a smiling Mika ready to go on 84.
Yeah, I'm on 84. I'm a sucker for trees, and these are magnificent trees. They're old. They're in their prime. They're in the snow, and we're actually we're witnessing a snow scene, which is a very difficult technically to master. This is in camera capture, so there's not a lot that can be done. So some of the distracting elements on the edges of the frame that you could remove in another category, you can't remove here. I think that the brights, the whites are very well handled, exceptionally well handled for these conditions. I really like the shadow in between the trees that gives you that feeling that they're a family, they're together, they're standing strong against the elements. I think there's a lot to enjoy and explore in this photograph, and I encourage you to come up to silver.
Jason.
Thanks, Mika. I disagree about the whites, sorry. I see the snow as having lost its contour. There's little bits of foliage or little bits of vegetation which just about save it, but it's gone flat. There's no data. And I also feel like the trees have been attempted to be rescued from softness and a little heavily sharpened or something. There's the details a bit smeared or something in the leaves, where I really wanted to find rich, crisp detail. I think it hasn't been achieved. I do get a real feeling of cold, and I do get a real sensation of being there and freezing, which I like, and I do appreciate the framing and the family of gnarly old trees, but yeah, those technical flaws held me back. I was on 72.
Mika, I think you might have to bring this one home. Okay, Matt, go for it.
Yeah, I also agreed with the snow. I think that the paper's actually done it a bit of a service in adding a little bit of texture to those areas. I did enjoy the two branches that are reaching out together to kind of touch each other with the two left trees. That kind of speaks to that family feel. However, if the crop had been wider and showing these three trees with a broader landscape, I think that would have drove that message home even stronger. Right now, I think there's a little bit too much sky, and if we saw a little bit more on the right and left-hand edges, that established a feel, more of a feel of this place, and that these are clustered together with less around them, that would have amplified it even more so. I was on bronze. I'm pretty happy with high bronze.
Thank you, guys. Mika.
Just to address some of those concerns, I really am struggling to see areas that have lost complete detail. To be perfectly honest, I went up again, right through that foreground area. You can see all the grasses. There is texture there. In terms of the sharpness of the trees, it's snowing. There is snow in front of these trees. I think that is the cause of any potential issues that are being seen there. And I think, yeah, perhaps a wider scene would have given it more of a sense of place, but I think what we're seeing here is intimacy, and that's what this is about these three trees being close together. Yeah, we're not asking for heaps, but I think a silver it's worthy of a silver for the communication it's showing us and for the technical difficulty of the situation.
Well, let's see if you're going to be left out in the cold, Mika. So we started off at 75, and let's see what we end up with. Okay. Well, we're sort of rubbing our hands in front of the fire. It's 79, so high bronze, obviously, so we know what we have to do here, guys.
Mine's dropping out.
Okay, I'll unlock it for you guys. Hang on. Have another crack. So Mika and Kay. And it remains at 79. Well done to the photographer. We'll accept that score. Thank you. Next print, please. Okay, well done to the photographer. We have a bronze at 75. But Jason's in another scoring range altogether, and he would like to challenge on 86.
I know. I knew when I put 86 and I was going to be talking about it. And I'm not totally sure that I'm right, but I will have a chat. The one that, I'll say the thing that took me up was that top left rock with the birds on it is a sinking ship. To me, and that elevated it from just a nice sunset landscape to something else. There are some technical issues which I just overlooked for that, so I'd love to hear what you guys think.
Okay, well the others are similarly thinking, so there's no bad guys, but perhaps Jackie, you could balance that one out.
It's a rock with some birds on it, and that's not a sinking ship. And I know what you're saying, but it doesn't make this image for me transcend it into that silver range. I actually scored at 70. I felt that the foreground was a bit of a barrier for me. It wasn't leading me through into the rest of the image. And I think that's what usually, in a landscape, I go looking for a foreground that will pull me through and my eye around. Your sinking ship, it would be, perhaps that's a shot cropped in there nice and tight, and then that would have been strong and a strong statement. But you really, I was wanting to cut off some of that bright sky to bring me down, and there was some imbalances there. Sorry about that.
Anyone else before Jason returns? Go for it, Jace.
Yeah, fair. Sky's a bit bright here, and there is a bit of a two separate images thing going on. The foreground does have lovely detail throughout it, which gives you something to explore. I think if it was any heavier, it would be too much of a harsh line for me. I'm out on a limb, but maybe we can nudge up a little.
Let's hope it doesn't snap, Jason. So let's rescore. The image has a bronze at 75. And it's gained one more point. Jason, well done at 76. We'll have a blank screen, thank you. And Mika, if you could take a little rest, and Michael, could you come in? We've got a nice flow going panel. Next print, please, sorry. Timing's good, so... Oh, sorry, Michael, I didn't realise you went in.
It's okay, I'm just setting up.
Yep.
Okay, thanks. 28.
Thanks, Mike. Sorry to rush you there, mate. We've got very similar thinking, and it's resulted in a 72. I think the panel's probably happy with that. Kay, would you like to speak to the...
I guess for me there needs to be a really stronger focal point. My eyes just drawn into the sky and there's nothing there to visually see. And perhaps just also watch the heaviness of the blacks just to bring a little bit more detail out.
Thank you, Kay. Helpful comment. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. Very even scoring, resulting in a 73. I think the panel looks happy with that. Jackie, you want to have a little chat?
The ICM is working quite well as far as colour and gradation of tones go, but I think that needed to be a little bit more focused on the subject before it was moving.
Thank you, Jackie. So we'll accept that score. Next print, please. Once again, a shout out to Sony, who are sponsoring this wonderful category, and to Nikon overall for helping us make this happen. Thank you so much to those companies, and hope you support them in the trade show tomorrow. Wonderful products to both. So this has resulted in very even scoring and a highest of professional standard at 74. Is the panel happy with that? Jason, a little chat for the photographer.
Yeah, some lovely delicate stuff going on in the mountains, just really heavy at the bottom, needs a bit more detail there, and also that top edge, the dark clouds are a bit distracting.
Thank you, Jason. Accept that score. Next print, please. Okay, we have a bronze at 77, and we have a challenge with Michael on 84.
I looked at the image and I questioned whether the gate on the right-hand side should be there. And I sort of thought, you take it out and there's not much to look at. So I actually see the gate as being a very, very important aspect to the balance of this very, very strong landscape in the background. It's delicately handled. Your eye definitely goes straight to the pylon. And I think the printing of this is just very delicate, which is the antithesis of the subject.
Thank you. No bad guys really, but Matt, would you like to say something?
Sure. From my perspective, I felt that it was an amazing stage for something to happen, and that stage had been photographed very well. I did enjoy that the gate was there to offer something a little bit more rustic, and that there was the lines going horizontally and then vertically. But I was just looking for just that little other element, whether it's a tractor on the horizon or something happening in the sky, or just that something else to reward us for looking around this frame.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to lift my score into the silver range, Mike. I find this image, it's just, I think the photographer has brought structure to the image. They've created a real balance within the whole image, and then you get that really random gate, which creates that then that non-symmetrical aspect to it. The fact even the clouds in the sky have been positioned so beautifully and so delicately. So I think the photographer has seen something and has crafted it very beautifully through the framing they've chosen to do. So I'm going to lift it to my score to silver.
Jason.
Just real quick, love the composition, and I hear what everyone's saying. I might come up. I'm just concerned about the murk of the sort of fog in the distance there. It's a bit grey and yeah. Talk to me about that.
I'm sure you'll be able to deal with that, Michael.
Okay. Yeah, the subject of the image is the pylon. That is what you're supposed to be looking at, not something else. So it's about the pylon. The lead line going from the gate to the pylon is coming directly out of the bottom right-hand corner, and it's directing you to look at the subject. The timing of the photographer to press the button is perfect with the cloud forming where it's forming. So there's lots of decisions in here that are not random, they're very structured. Now, the murk that's in the background isolates this power pylon from a background that otherwise could have been competitive. So I see it as being very delicately, very subtly, but powerfully rendered.
Great comments, Mike. Thank you. So, panel, let's readdress the issue. 77 original score. Persuasive comment, Michael. 81 silver. Thank you. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. Reasonably even thinking that has resulted in a bronze at 75, majority of 3. I think the panel's probably happy with that. So just before you leave us, Matt, would you like to make a comment for the photographer?
Yeah, I think there's a good idea in this photograph, the juxtaposition between the turbines and those little delicate shrubs and trees on the hills. Personally, if I was lifting my score, I would want a bit more detail in those hills. It feels like it's not quite there.
Thank you, Matt. Can we have a blank screen, please? Blank screen, please. And Matt, if you just swap over for Dan. The brains are warm here, but the hands and feet are cold, I can assure you. Oh, oh Jason, got the jandals on. You do own a pair of shoes, eh, Jace?
I wore them yesterday just for you.
Oh, good on you, mate.
You got it. Cheers, buddy. Thank you.
All good, Dan? Next print, please. Okay, very even scoring there, resulted in a 73 average. Panel happy with that? Michael, would you like to talk to the photographer?
Yeah, there's a few things on the edge of frame that are quite distracting. Slightly tighter crop would have made it more graphic.
Thank you, Michael. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. Everyone's got a 7 in front of them, so that's okay, and it's resulted in a bronze at 73, majority of 3. So it looks like well done to the photographer. Looks like 75. Yep. Good on you, Mika. Okay. Let's have a look. Dan, would you like to speak to the photographer here?
Beautiful capture, lovely colours, nice palette, and great detail in the buildings. Perhaps I'd have got less sky and more of the building, but a great capture.
Thank you, Dan. Sure the photographer will appreciate that. We'll accept that. 75. Next print, please.
Can we check the orientation? Does it match?
Eucalypts. The panel would like you to take that back and just check the orientation of the image. Would you mind? If it's correct, put it back. Yep. Thank you for that. That's how good our judges are. We keep them on their toes and they meet the mark. detail well. So we have a silver well done at 82. But we have Jackie a little bit more enthusiastic than that.
Well, yes, I'd like you to consider a silver distinction.
What was your score, Jack?
I scored at 88 to bring it into that range. Just all the shadows and the open and closed gates, there's some beautiful journeys that you can go on. The tapestry-like feel of colours, the colour palette that's been presented on the printed surface is beautiful. I just thought it was more superior than a straight silver, but I'll put into that silver distinction for that reason.
Okay.
Yeah, I scored 82 in silver, and I'm comfortable there. I felt I really wanted to score this much higher, but I felt when I got up there I was disappointed in I guess the softness of the text. Well, I really wanted to see so much more detail in the ground, I guess. But I absolutely loved the maze-like journey that takes us through the image, and that's where I really wanted to score it higher. But I'm listening, but I'm not sure I can come up too much more.
Jason?
Yeah, I'm amazed how much it benefited from the rotation. That took me into the silver range when I could read it a bit better in the intended orientation. And I'm wondering if just the stumbled start threw me a little, and I should come up, Jackie. I'm hearing what you're saying. The maze-like patchwork thing. The shadows are sharp. The lines are sharp. I think the heaviness of the printing is what lets down some of the detail. What I did find, and was a little reward, is there's a few sheep in there in the mid-right in one of the squares, and if they were clearer, if I could have found them clearer, and if they were more obviously sheep, I think it would help.
Yes, Jackie.
I love the way you can find things in there for me. Perhaps, the lack of some of that detail comes from a drone that maybe doesn't have really high pixel rate, and that's where I guess the strength for me came through that all those little blue lines and seeing the photograph. I'm seeing this not a totally unique point of view now, but seeing it from that point of view, it's nice and beautifully square, and there's been some finesse put into it. But yeah, I can see what you're saying about that detail. But it's up to you. I'm on 88, and give it another go.
Let's see what the shepherd can achieve. We're on 82 to begin with. Well done, madam. You've steered them in the right direction. We have a silver distinction at 85. Could we have a blank screen, please? And could Elan come in for Jackie?
You see anything?
I could not see the sheep.
Open your eyes, man.
There was a pixel.
Jason asks for orientation, goes up and looks at it and turns his head upside down, so I was not quite sure what was going on there. Thank you, Elan. Next print, please. Yeah, next print. Eucolian. Yeah, you're a good girl. Your cheeks are as red as the print. Similar thinking, resulting in a 72. Panel happy with that? Jason, would you like to speak to the photographer?
Anyone else? Yeah, go.
Michael.
Yeah, I think it's dominated by a technique as opposed to an image.
Well done. That's like art for art's sake, isn't it the same? Yeah? I'm sure the photographer will appreciate that. Thank you for that. We'll accept that score. And next print, please. Okay, let's have a little look here. Okay, well, we have fairly even scoring. It's resulted in the highest professional standard of 74, but Jason does have a different colour on his name here, which means he's going to challenge.
Look, I was in silver. I might be reaching, but see a lot of in-camera movement and things. But this is more painterly, more delicate. It has just enough shape to settle on, but doesn't give it all away. It's a little heavy on the right, especially the top right. I can hear that. But I think it deserves an award at least.
Everyone else is thinking similarly, so Kay, how about you? Have a crack?
Yeah. I really enjoyed the colour palette of the image and the paper choice even. But again, I'm needing something to focus on, and I'm finding the highlights are just a little bit too high.
Okay, we have nodding there. Jason? Oh, sorry, Michael, you have a go.
Yeah, there's a feeling of an overt vignette as well, which is quite distracting.
Thank you, Michael.
Look, I think give me 1 point. Let's get a bronze out of it for the colour, for the interest. It holds you just long enough to deserve an award.
Thank you, guys. 74 original score. Let's rescore. The photographer will love you, Jason. That's a bronze now at 75. Thank you very much. Okay. We'll accept that. Next print, please. Okay, well done. We have a silver at 80. Very even scoring there. Michael, would you like to talk to the photographer?
Yeah, I'm not sure I can improve it. I think it's just beautiful. It's graceful. It's almost etching-like. Very well done.
Thank you, Michael. Could we have a blank screen, please? Catherine, could you come in for Jason? Thank you, Catherine. Could we have the next print, please? Very even thinking across the panel there, and it's resulted in a score of 73, high professional standard. Catherine, let's warm you up straight away.
Yeah, just in terms of compositionally, I feel there could be a little bit more foreground interest there. The colour, it's really lacking in a lot of colour. Other than that, the background area, I can see there is colour in the foreground, but it's just not coming through. It's a little bit heavy and lacking detail there.
I'm sure the photographer appreciates that feedback. Thank you for that. We'll accept that score, 73. And next print, please. And while the judges are judging, we're all volunteers here and we all love it, but the students out the back from UCOL every year help us and we cannot do without them, especially me, because they've saved me a few times today already. So thank you very much, students from UCOL. A little bit more enthusiasm in the clapping next time, please. Thank you, everyone. That's the one. That's it. Pretend we're Americans for a while. Not English. Okay, well done. We have a bronze at 76, but we do have a hand rushing to the air from Michael. What was your score, mate?
I gave this 83. I think it's absolutely original. Well, not really original, because it reminds me of a Rita Angus. And it's minimal. It's all the elements are on nodal points, which makes you look at them. The top of the power pole, the top of the chimney, they're all sort of little indicators that take your eye around the image. And it's all contained by this beautiful backdrop of hills and mountains. It's subtle, it's honest. I feel as if I'm looking at a piece of history somehow.
Thank you, Michael. Anyone like to contribute there? Elan?
Yes, unfortunately, I gave this photo 68.
That's unfortunate.
Unfortunately. What I struggle with is the amount of noise, the amount of pixelation in the sky. It's not fine. It's a lot of noise. There is no details in the blacks. It simply is gone. And to be honest, I don't see the message. There is some tension between both antennas, but I didn't get those feelings.
Catherine?
I scored at 77, and I do feel I've probably might be doing it a disservice. Just the precision that Mike's spoken of, I think's really, really well calculated, and the timing that has been captured here is also, very, very intentional, and we just have enough detail in the base of the cabin just to see what we want to see. But as you pull back from it, the appearance that it's floating, it gives it a uniqueness. The noise, I'm not really seeing noise there. I see some paper texture, but that is all I'm seeing there. Beautiful palette also.
Okay, Kay.
I'm not going to say anything because Catherine's just said what I was going to say.
Thank you, Kay. These two girls prove that not all blondes are what everyone says they are. They're the smartest on the planet. Okay, Michael, bring it home.
Catherine's actually said what I was going to say, so just give it a silver. I think it would help.
Okay, thank you, guys. So we had an original score of 76. Well done, 82. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. Very even scoring has resulted in a bronze at 75. Thank you. Elan, you were just a little nipped at the bunch there, so would you like to comment to the photographer?
Yes, It is a landscape, and it's beautifully captured with beautiful negative space. Yeah, not much to improve here. Beautiful.
Okay, well done, photographer. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. Once again, very even scoring, resulting in a high professional standard of 74. Seems like the panel's happy with that. Yes, of course, Mike.
I think it would have scored higher had the print been a bit lighter.
Thank you, Michael. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. Fairly even thinking again, resulting in a high bronze at 78. But Catherine is on another scoring range. What's your score, Catherine?
Yeah, I gave this 84. I popped it into silver. There was some things that were holding me back from going further. But just in terms of the softness and the shape repetition through the mountain at the back, and then the upside down repetition when you look at the pylon shape that's been created. The pylon is really looks so tiny in this, and that is what I find really appealing. Often the pylons sort of dominate the landscape, and here we're seeing just the strength and power and awesome epic feel of nature beyond, which is so much stronger. And then we see almost these sort of vertical lines coming down from the clouds. And then there's a lot of richly rewarding textures in the foreground through all the tussocks peeking through, and just held in at the top enough so our eye keeps coming back down into the image. Just be nice to see it go a little bit higher.
Mike at the other end.
Yeah, I gave this 73. I was very distracted by some feels like burning and dodging that's a little bit over the top. The bush on the right-hand side is very dark and very distracting. Above that, the cloud has also been sort of overworked. And then just above the pylon to the left, there is a large sort of blodge, sort of a darker patch that again takes my eye away from what otherwise is a really soft, gentle feeling image. It just feels as if it's been a little bit overworked.
Ilan.
I'm with you, Catherine, at 80, and I'll go up to 84. I hear you, Mike. Look, this is in-camera capture. I'm not sure it's overworked. Maybe this is what the scene was. That bush is slightly closer to the camera, and that's why it's darker. There's no mist. That black blob is maybe, a patch of rain. I'm not going too much into interpretation. this is what, as seen in camera, and it's presented us very beautifully with those very delicate tones. Yeah, beautiful.
Right of reply?
Yeah, just to address a thing that Mike has talked about, I actually agreed with all of those things that he said, and that's why I reserved to go any further. However, just in terms of the visual communication that's being presented with the delicate scene and the pylon being made to appear quite minuscule, and how that feels as an interpretation of looking at a man-made object in nature, I think that is quite powerful, and there's a lot of rewarding detail amongst the image.
Thank you, Catherine. So it scored 78 originally. Let's see what we come up with. Well done, Catherine. Someone will be shouting a beer tonight. 81 silver. Blank screen, please. So, Kay, could you take a little rest? And Glenn, can we have you back in, please?
There we go.
So we have one fair maiden on the panel, surrounded by a whole lot of grizzly old fellas. Because we have next print, please. Quite even thinking, but we has resulted in a silver at 81. Well done. Elaine is in... Elaine. Elaine, could you challenge the print, please? What was your score?
I'm the man with the hat, 88. Yeah, I think this is a beautiful capture. It's very simple, yet very, very, very powerful. The blues are exquisite. We have warm tones at the top. We have blue tones in the mid. Everything is in the same direction, and it's exquisitely printed, beautifully presented to us. Definitely in the silver distinction range. Stunning.
Michael, would you like to comment?
Yeah. I gave this 80 because of all the things you've just described. Going further needed something more in the offering, something beyond what you've just described.
So everyone else is thinking the same, Elaine, so would you like to reply?
Well, sometimes less is more, and the simplicity, we need to, think about, not everything has sort of a punch, and it just simply is, if it's an exquisite photograph that will, be very, very pleasant to the eye and has this motion, poetry, we need to reward that. We're at 81. It's a bit of a stretch, but I think it's worthwhile talking about it.
Thank you for those comments. Let's have a rescore. Well done. They all count in the end. We've risen it to 82. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. I think we'll get some discussion out of this. I'm intrigued to see how the photographer did this, actually. So the original score is a silver at 80. But Mike, I just want to hear some conversation. How about you start?
I gave this 85. I actually think there's some very deliberate breaking of rules happening in here. And I'm sort of looking at them and going, wow, what a great thing to do. And it's not the attempt not to line up lines with lines. Yeah, and I think that's the point that elevates it into a distinction. I've only just put it into a distinction, but I think it's worth more than an 80.
Glenn.
I was on 77. Look, the visual confusion that I got from it wasn't outweighed by its curiosity factors. I'm kind of hanging in there because I didn't quite get rewarded by what I was seeing, and I was almost confused at the end of it. But perhaps that was a mistake of mine to not allow the confusion to be some of its beauty. I'll come up a bit, Mike.
Thank you, Glenn. What have we got here? Well, Elon?
Yeah, I awarded this print 78. I'll go up slightly. I think it is a unique capture, and it's well seen and actually well printed as well. Definitely deserves a silver.
Thank you, Elon. Michael, probably everything's been said by the others.
It is the confusion that is the attraction. And I think if it wasn't confusing, it wouldn't have got the score anywhere near where it is at the moment. So it's unique for that. And it's the uniqueness that I'm voting for.
Thank you, Michael. So let's rescore. The original score was 80. Well done, Michael. It's now an 85. So we'll accept that score and next print, please. Fairly even, which has resulted in a silver. Well done to the photographer at 81. Catherine, what's your score and you'd like to challenge?
I scored 86. Obviously, we're all enjoying looking at this for great visual impact and beautiful print quality and the fabulous colours that were being presented, the sort of candy-like, almost like I feel like it's a bunch of licorice all sorts. For me, what has just taken it over the edge is the inclusion of the drain pipe on the right-hand side. It's just given us that little X factor. So you go around, you explore all these different windows, little different stories, blinds and curtains, half up, half down, fully up, fully down. So there's lots of stories, but that drain pipe to me, that's the X factor that to me gives it the distinction.
Thank you, Catherine. Glenn, I see you're enjoying the image as well.
Yeah, I was pretty close there on 83 as well, and I think I'll come up. I think I was just a little bit, I didn't appreciate the simplicity of what was going on in the windows as much as I now do as I have time to contemplate it. And you're dead right about that drain. When I first saw that, I loved it too. I'm on 83. I'm going to come up a bit.
Michael.
Yeah, I got this wrong to a certain degree, and I'm definitely coming up. The fact that it's an in-camera capture makes it even stronger.
Thank you, Michael. And Dan, you wanted to have a chat?
Yeah, I'm coming up as well. I've decided to be a half up as opposed to a half down person, so I'm in there.
Well done. I like the sound of that. So, Catherine,
I'm fairly delighted. I don't think I need a right of reply.
well done. So we have a silver at 81. Let's see what else we end up with. Flowing in at 86, silver distinction. Good discussion, guys. Well done. We'll accept that score. And next print, please. And my wonderful software here tells me that the panel is operating very efficiently. Reasonably even scoring across you all resulted in professional standard of 73. Seems like we're all happy with that. Elan. Oh, sorry, Glenn, you've enthusiastically raised your hand there.
Yeah, look, the initial landscape is powerful, loads of impact. What a great day at the office. I can see why you've wanted to include that bird as it's dropped into your frame, but it does look like it's dropping and dying, and there's a whole lot of gold in the top right-hand corner that drags your eye out.
Pretty tough on the bird, Glenn, but that's okay. Okay, so we'll accept that score. Thank you for that. And we'll have a blank screen, please. Oh, sorry, we're swapping out Elan for Mika. Thank you.
Maybe I need a gold to get me up there.
Yeah, yeah.
A really hot print.
Might want to have a little jog on the spot, Glenn. It's pretty chilly, mate, I must admit. How are we doing? Everyone logged on? You're all good, Mika?
Yep.
Sweet as. Next print, please.
Oh, there we go.
For those not here, it's a crisp winter's morning.
Great ones.
Okay, we have a bronze at 76. Well done to the photographer. Everyone happy? Okay, Catherine, would you like to speak to the photographer?
Yeah, I thought there was a lot of beauty in this. Where the placement of the model being on that rocky area, I think is quite intriguing. The rock on the top right is probably letting it down. There's some nice shapes with the dark arcing through, but then it's just quite hard. Your eye does get dragged up to the top a little bit.
Thanks for those comments, Catherine. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. Okay, there are 4 judges who are thinking similarly, but one not so, but it has resulted in a high professional standard of 74, and Mika would like to possibly challenge being in the next scoring range.
Yeah, I've scored at 81, and the reason for this is I think this speaks of the permanence of nature and the impermanence of what we build into it. So those mountains in the background, they're falling apart, which is what happens with big tall mountains. They gradually over time disintegrate, and that house that's just barely there, you know, we can imagine what it was like, we can imagine it gone. There's a slight lean to the right, but that diagonal that comes up from the bottom left counterbalances that. I really enjoy the colour palette. The printing is beautiful. So yeah, I encourage you to have another look.
Other end of the scale, Catherine?
Yeah, I gave this 71. I do feel there are aspects of this that are successful, the palette and the layering, and I think that your discussion on the impermanence is bringing me up a little bit to see it in an award range, but I don't see it in a silver. Just the top of it, I'm just continually going to be dragged up to that top in the white space, and I feel if it was just come down a little bit, we would still get that impermanence feeling, but without losing it compositionally.
Michael?
Yeah, there are elements of this that are absolutely beautiful, but I think a square crop to the left would make it stronger.
Lots of nodding. Oh, Mika, have another? You want a little? You weren't? No? Looking at me like that? Yep.
Am I?
You are.
Yeah, so I can't disagree with that idea of the square crop on the left. I think that would work really, really well. In terms of the brightness at the top, a little bit down, but we're talking about a silver, not a gold. And I think that this is worthy of a silver award, given the message that it is giving, given the masterful technique, given the print quality. I think all those things bring it to a silver range.
Good fight for the image there, Mika. Let's see what happens. Original score 74. Resulted in a high bronze. It's an award. Well done to the photographer. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. 78. If any of the judges feel like a sugar rush, there's a whole bunch of muffins here.
Set them on fire. Hot chocolate. Cup of tea would be nice.
Fairly even scoring. It's a 77, which is a bronze, so well done. So we have a consensus pretty much there. So, Dan, would you like to speak to the photographer on this one?
I would indeed. That's a delightful picture on a pretty cold day. I love the fence. I think a little bit more happening in the picture would probably have raised the score.
Thank you, Dan. So we'll accept that score, and next print, please. Dan's the toughest one of us all here. He's in shorts. Ooh. So we have a silver at 83. Just a little gentle wiggle of the finger means Catherine is challenging. What is your score, Catherine?
I scored this 91. There's a real creaminess, luxe feel to the print quality, along with an etching quality through all the elements that are in here. There's the right amount of detail to give us the texture through the grass peeking through the snow. And then where I've gone over the edge here in terms of just the 4 trees, instead of, like, there always seems to be a balance of 3 trees, and it just felt like this refreshing change to have the 4 trees and then the repetition, the little big, and then that lovely centre point that keeps drawing my eye is that the curiosity of something that has been constructed by human in the centre. A lot of layers here, lovely presentation in the circular shape here. So we've got the circular and then the triangle in the middle.
Good start to the conversation. And Glenn, what have you got to say?
Yeah, I'm liking this photo for a lot of the same reasons that you are, but then when I got up and looked into the detail in the snow, and I just found it completely missing up there. And I found that quite frustrating looking back at the digital print, which of course we're not marking off, but we're knowing that it's there and it's just not there in the print was really frustrating. I loved what was happening in the mid-tone area of the print, but did not like at all what's happening in the white, which is a shame because the shot itself is gold, but the presentation, sadly, not quite there.
Mike.
Yeah, I gave this 86, and I actually think it deserves to be more than just a silver. So, if you want to do a compromise,
I'll trade you
there's something that I noticed in there that really attracted my eye, and that's the buildings in the background between the 2 trees, and it's so subtle, and I think it supports the whole image as being a subtle image. It's not in your face. It's beautifully calm and gentle, but it has detail in places that makes the eye go around the image and finds things. So I think it's worth more than a silver.
Would anyone else like to contribute before Catherine? Just remind the judges, please don't look at the digitals and compare them with the print. We are looking at the prints. Thank you very much. Catherine.
Yeah, it would be wonderful to see it come up a little bit further. Just the detail in the snow, it actually, for me, complements the creaminess of the sky areas. And I don't need to see every blade of grass through there to know where my eyes are meant to land. And there's a beautiful etching quality that would be lovely to celebrate.
Okay, so we started with an 83. Let's rescore, please. Nothing happening? No. I've got Nout. I'll just unlock you guys. I'll let you out of your cages. Okay, it's frozen. It's frozen.
The cold can do that to you.
Yeah. Snow in the pictures.
Yeah.
Cold feet.
Icicles.
Keep the hearts and the brains warm, though. So while we're in this little break, once again, I'd love to thank Sony for sponsoring this awesome category, and also to Nikon for allowing us to have this huge event and allowing us to get together and celebrate photography. Oh, that's right. Actually, oh no, we can't yet.
That's very much.
Here's the man. It's just frozen, basically. So their score's still going, and I can't click
refreshing the browser, have you?
No, done nothing like that.
Okay, you're offline. Where's our internet?
Maybe just hit the home grab mode.
We just need to resort to the internet.
You keep him warm.
Let people know at home what's happening right now.
So we're just having a little play with the technology, a little glitch for those of you at home wondering why we're halted the proceedings. The system has been remarkably robust, I must say.
Just the internet's gone down.
The internet.
No, I've got to. I won't read the password out as I'm for all those people.
Luckily, we have the cleverest guy in the building helping us out.
Okay, let me just refresh this page, make sure we're on the list.
So good to see you.
That's looking good.
That is, yep.
Come through.
Industrial action in the landscape.
Yep, great. Thank you. Okay, so Catherine, your discussion has helped the image plenty, and we now have a silver distinction at 87. Could we have a blank? Oh, sorry. Could we have a blank screen, please? Michael, you've warmed the seat up for your lovely missus. Jackie, could you come in for Mike, please? So the ratio of grizzlies and fair maidens has changed, and we now have 3 fair maidens and only 2 grizzlies. So we'll accept that score. And we're just waiting for one of the fair maidens. All good? Next print, please. Okay, fairly consistent scoring, and it's resulted in a 70. I think the panel's happy with that. Mika, do you want to... Oh, sorry. No, Mika, you go for it. You're in the middle. Glenn, you're next.
Yeah, I think the photographer has done really well to find clarity within the confusion of this scene. I think there are a few technical difficulties that the photographer's presented here. The primary one being that some of the colour is a little muddy, which means that it looks a little faded, and I think that the cropping of the hills where it is has left that top left corner feeling like either too tight or too big. So perhaps revisiting the crop might assist.
Sure. Comments are always great. We're doing well for time. Glenn, did you have anything to add to that?
No.
Okay, great. Well done. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. Okay, we have a variety of scores on this one, and it has resulted, though, in a silver, which is well done. Clap, clap. But we do have an automatic challenge from a grinning Mika.
So I just want to remind everyone that this is landscape in camera capture. And this is a scene that I would, not really bat an eyelid at if it was in open category. But I don't even know how the photographer has achieved this. It is so well put together. The mirroring of the layers at the top and at the bottom, it makes me feel like it's paperbark tree or it's ripped paper. It's got an organic feel. It's got a beautiful range of tones. The coloration is really gorgeous and subtle. The printing is beautiful. Yeah, I really rate this image, and I'd love to hear a conversation about it.
Okay, there's lots of eyebrows being raised. Yeah, Glenn, you're next. Then after that, you can go, Dan.
Tuned in from the grizzly guys on the end here, who, looking at our scores, are the lowest. Loved the texture, loved the haze, loved the tonal range, but unfortunately there's an overlapping in the multiple exposure that we're looking at here. And if that wasn't overlaying, I think that would have worked really nicely. So the technique becomes too apparent to me. And the technique is not what you want to see. You actually want to see its aesthetics. So that's why I ended up down at 77. Definitely listening. It's ended up in an 82, which I think is a really good mark for it. But yeah, I'd stretch on the gold, I think. But congratulations on attempting this. It's so close.
Before we have a fair maiden, Dan, can you add to the conversation?
I think Glenn's covered everything I would have said and more.
Just before Mika has a crack, anyone else? Catherine, maybe? No? Jack?
I scored it, in 83, and I'm pretty happy where it's sitting there. Glenn, the overlapping and seeing the technique, I think it has to be a multiple exposure technique. I'm not sure that mattered to me so much. More about the big space that's in the middle that dominates that is empty. I would have liked just the finesse would be another turn the camera upside down again and spin it round just so that there was something just in there, and it would have been gold. Yep.
Mika?
Well, I feel that I still can't see where it's put together, so that's possibly my inexperience with multiple exposures. But what I would like to address the gap in the centre, because I feel that we're looking at a landscape and it's a presentation of a landscape, and we've got a sky and we've got a land area, and that central space gives it that feeling of sky and land. Without that, it would simply be a design. So I feel that centre space is necessary for the depiction of a landscape. I believe in this photo, and I would like you to at least find a few points to come up and raise it up a little.
Marrying passion with intellect. Thank you, Mika. Let's see what happens. Well done. That's now a silver distinction at 85. So we accept that score. Next print, please. Very even scoring there, panel. 71 average. Any comment for the photographer? Thank you, Catherine.
Some interesting layering in the bottom. The roof is just so dominating, and the multiple exposure over that area just isn't really working. It's just quite distracting. So potentially something to play with a little more. Just also the printing looks quite underprinted. So we could work on that.
Thank you, Catherine. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. Okay, 4 of you similar, 1 in a different range. We've resulted in a bronze at 76. Everyone happy? Oh, Glenn.
Just a quick comment. There was lots of great stuff going with that leading line through to that beautiful sky. It was a great subject. It's a little bit of banding in the sky, and the foreground ends up being a bit cluttered by including the edge of the sandbank.
Thank you, Glenn. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. Very even scoring, resulting in a 73. Panel happy with that? Jackie, you want to talk to the photographer?
Yes, to improve this, I think to bring the landscape closer, a longer focal length, and let us see and enjoy what's in there instead of having the foreground so dominant.
Thank you, Jackie. Could we have a blank screen, please? And Dan, take a little wander. Jason, exercise those jandals, mate.
Always.
Grace and poise.
Those are my middle names.
Sweet. Next print, please. Similar but different. We've ended up with a silver at 81, which is great. But I think one of our fair maidens is going to challenge it. Catherine, what was your score?
Yeah, I gave this 86. I wish my dentist would have this on the ceiling. It's a really cool and innovative way to look at, the underside of a tree looking up. Quite unique. And then just the contrast of the shapes that were being presented with lots of nice lines through the architecture in the bottom and almost like a little Christmas tree shape that's formed at the bottom leading up to our piece of nature. Beautiful rich palette with the rusty tones and the greens and the blues, and the lines of the branch on the tree on the right hand side, just where they intersect into frame, is quite striking, all balanced off with that little surprise of the cloud on the left.
Well, everyone's fairly similar, so there's no bad guys. But Glenn, what would you like to say? Anything?
I gave this a 78, and I liked a lot of what was going on the top of the photograph, but I just keep arriving at that little funnel there in the middle. Just drops me down to what I think is a light bulb or a security camera or something or other, and I just can't not see it, and it bugs me. And of course, in this category, there's nothing you can do about that, but it was so annoying. But I'll listen.
Okay, Jason, you were quite supportive.
Yeah, I was 82. I think I'll come up. The more times I look, the more I enjoy it. Love a good architecture shot that's a bit creative. architect will be stoked. The interplay between man-made and nature, and the cloud is a lovely reward. I was a bit upset by the bright area and just to the right of the Christmas tree, shall we call it? But it's not enough to be too harsh.
Go for it, Mika.
Yeah, I scored this 77 and I'm quite happy with that score. I feel that there's a bit of colour fringing on that triangle area, that Christmas tree type area in the centre. Like Glenn, I'm drawn down to the bright bit at the bottom of that, but my eye also ends up resting on the hole in the middle, and then it bounces off to the top left where the blue is darker than the other blues. I also really enjoy the great things about it that everyone's already said, so I won't repeat them, but I just wanted to point out those factors that are holding me back.
Jackie, I want to hear from you.
So I'm on 83. I was listening to the 86 though, is possibly going there. I see the little shape being quite Japanesey, and it reminded me of meditation and softness. And there's a lot of minimalism in here that I think is, and there's a nice juxtaposition between that man-made and sky. I think that sky is the right amount of sky. Otherwise, it would have been perhaps too cluttered and made a big major shape. So I'm quite happy about where that arrow to and Christmas tree is pointing. I think I'm on silver distinction.
Catherine.
Actually, I feel like Jackie said everything I'd say in a right of reply. Thank you.
Okay, let's consider those comments. Initial 81. Silver distinction, 85. Thank you for that. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. We've got a great panel operating here. For those who are not here, no heroes or villains, everyone working together very well. Beautiful work, lots of consideration. Thank you, judges. Very even scoring here, resulting in a bronze of 77. Jace, yeah.
Yeah, just that yellow colour cast is really unfortunate, but otherwise, interesting stuff. Keep going.
Thank you, Jason. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. Well, there's only one person not really sitting on a fence. We've ended up with 79, so high bronze, but we all know what happens. So, Mika, we can let you challenge.
Yep, I'm on 85. What I love about this is you've got this island, but it's got that impression of the underwater, above water even though it's not, it's a perfect reflection, but it feels like you're watching the underside of this island. You're watching the roots of the island. I love the graduation of the green tones through to the purple. It gives it a surrealistic quality, which emphasises this whole idea that you've got the underwater, above water feeling. It feels cold. It's delicate. I absolutely rate this a silver, and I really think you should have a closer look.
Jackie, you're next.
I scored a 73. I was confronted by the sort of colour cast that was running through it, and then a tonal range that was a barrier for me to explore perhaps what was in that island, and I didn't see any creatures in there to pull me in, a little X factor. The sense of underwaterness, I didn't get that. I think there maybe needed more space for me to feel that. A sense of crampedness, but I'm a bit slow at 73, perhaps. Yeah, maybe.
Glenn is like a greyhound ready to shoot out of the cage.
Come on. Okay, no, I gave this an 82, and I was going to challenge if you didn't, so that's lovely. I'm with you on the underworld. I think that's really good. Also, Jackie, I do agree that purple colour cast on the top is unfortunate. It starts to happen at that time of the day, but it's sort of a little apparent against the white overmat, which is a shame. But I don't think that's enough to stop it to come up at least into a silver. I think there's enough wonder in this photograph, there's enough allure to this photograph that we should drag it up just a bit.
Catherine.
I gave the 77. I will come up. It is underworld, but it's also otherworld, and that's probably where I am gravitating towards it more. I see all sorts of different shapes reminiscent of sea urchins and creatures and all sorts of things. So I don't need to look in there to find a creature because I kind of see one in the shape that's presented.
Mika.
Yep, so I agree with all the wonderful things that are being said in terms of, I think wonder is a great word, and it's the surrealism which is caused by this purple blue that I think takes it to that otherworldly, underworldly area that we're in. This is not a literal interpretation, this is a visual exploration of a beautiful sea urchin island, whatever you want to call it, but it invites you to explore and to enjoy the detail and all the bits and pieces within that contained space.
Lovely fighting for the photograph there, Mika. Thank you. It's on a 79, troops. Let's see what happens. Well done. We have a silver at 83. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. Very close scoring here has resulted in a bronze at 76. Panel's happy with that. Jackie, do you want to speak to the photographer?
Yeah, it's quite a unique idea to find a landscape representation like this. Just those little birds. I had to put my my microscope glasses on to see them. Maybe they could have been a little bit stronger. There's a couple of tiny little birds in there that set it off. Needed to be a bit bigger.
All the judges are rushing to the print again, but it's too late, she cried. So thank you for those comments, Jackie. Could we have a blank screen, please? And Matt, could you come in for Catherine?
We're all seeing animals.
Special K for breakfast.
Oh, good.
Sweet. Next print, please. Oh. Thank you. So we have a high bronze at 78. So Jason's challenging. What's your score, my man?
I was on 83, and I want to see this in silver. I want to reward the connection with the model, staring straight out at us. The expression on her face combined with her guarded pose, and the sense of isolation amongst this harsh environment is meaningful. It's beyond just plonking someone there. It speaks to me a little bit more than perhaps your average person in a landscape does. The tonality through the rocks is lovely. The detail's lovely. It's a bit soft on the lower left. I see that. That held me back from going further, but I'd like to hear some more.
Perhaps before we go to Glenn, we'll go to you, Jackie.
Thanks for letting me have another look at this. I scored at 73 at the start because I had a sense that she didn't belong in that landscape. But as you're starting to talk about it, I can read other ways of seeing it. She almost looks like she could be in a coffin or something like that. That space that's around her is pretty nicely designed and nice, sharp all the way through. So I'm listening.
Actually, Mika, you go, and then we'll go Glenn.
Yeah, I'm getting mixed messages here, and I don't know which way to go. So I appreciate the woman within the landscape. She's very beautifully positioned in terms of the placement of her, but I feel that her direct gaze is not supported by her uncomfortable pose, and I feel that she's vulnerable, she's protecting herself, but then she's got this direct gaze. I'm getting mixed messages, and I'm not comfortable with a consistent message coming from this image.
Maybe you can help her with that, Glenn.
Just chiming in on that uncomfortableness, strangely enough, that was my initial reaction as well, but I've learnt to live with that because I think that's part of the process. I think that uncomfortableness, the coffin that you brought up, there's along with all the positive overtones, there's also some negative undertones, and I'm embracing those. I reckon we should come up because that negativity does exist there, and it's okay to accept it.
Yeah, you're right. She doesn't belong in the landscape. That's why she's really uncomfortable. She feels vulnerable. She's looking out of that landscape at us, asking for help, maybe, asking for us to see her plight and her discomfort. So that's a good enough story for me, and it's also a beautiful print. So let's give it a silver.
Okay, which it's close to at 78. Very well done. 80. Next print, please. I've been wondering when I'd get a bunch of scores exactly the same, but I haven't quite got there yet, but you're virtually there at 71. So we have an average of 71, and I think the panel's probably happy with that, looking at the scoring. Matt, you want to talk to the photographer?
Yeah, I like the concept of the lushness versus the hostility of the mountain landscape. It's presented quite graphically in terms of the half and half. There's quite a strong magenta cast across the image that could help improve it if that was rebalanced.
Thank you, Matt. I'll accept that score. Next print, please. Very even consensus there is resulting in a bronze at 76. Well done. Glenn.
Yeah, look, it's a well-seen image. The balance of tonality is good, although for Ansel Adams to have loved it, I think those mid-tones and darker tones needed to be lifted a fraction.
Thank you for those comments, Glenn. We'll accept that score. Well done to the photographer, bronze. Next print, please. Once again, consensus across the board, resulting in a 73 average. Thanks for that. Jackie, would you like to talk to the photographer?
Yeah, it's quite nicely composed. Unfortunately, the whites in the middle of the snow is quite, there's lost detail there, and it's a little bit distracting with the really rough snow up close. So maybe get there earlier. I don't know.
Thank you, Jackie. Can we
Watch
have
out
a
for
blank?
dust spots too.
Sorry, Jace.
Watch out for dust spots.
Okay, thank you. Could we have a blank screen, please? And could we swap out Glenn for Kay? We all good, Kay? Some star jumps you need. Okay, thank you for the next print, please. Well done. We have silver at 83. But straight out of the gates we have Kay. What's your score, Kay?
I'm on 92. This is exquisite. The detail in those birds are just beautiful. There is just so much subtlety in this image. I guess that we undervalue it. Just that the lines that go creep and just very, very, very subtly, you can still see that power line down the bottom as it exits the bottom of the frame. The balance of the birds, the shapes that's being created, the tonal range within the image has been so beautifully handled. And to me, this is just the way it's been captured. It's balanced, but it's not balanced. It's just a very interesting and original representation of the subject matter.
What are you asking for, Kate?
Jackie.
I'm on 92.
Kay's on 92. Jackie, what's your score?
So I was on the borderline of coming into silver at 78. Now I'm silver. The white of the sky was pulling my eye. You're liking that white, and I guess it's just a personal thing. I would have loved to have seen a little bit of tonal range in there, and there's a sense of staticness. I know all the birds are sort of waiting, but to a golder it would have been just that moment of clapping your hands and having a few fly off, and it would have made this random contrast that would have got me there. But yeah, so I'm in the silvers now. So
Matthew.
Yeah, Jackie nailed it. For gold, it just needs a cat amongst the pigeons, metaphorically speaking, or some sort of interrupt, bird flying off, some action happening, but really enjoy what's going on, so I've given it 83.
Jason.
I just I don't have a problem with the birds not flying, but the bird on the left edge is so close to the edge, and it's the sort of funniest looking bird shape, unfortunately. And if I could get rid of that or crop it out, I think it would improve. In the one wire leading out the bottom on an angle is a bit upsetting. I think we've got excellent but not outstanding. I'll come to silver distinction.
Did you want to say something, Mick?
I'm a bit disturbed by the way that the power lines disappear at the bottom without any reason. One of them's clear, the other two disappear. I'm not completely bothered by that, but I am curious about that. But everything else has been said.
Go for it, Kay.
Okay. I'm not bothered by the white in the sky because to me it is a high contrast image. It's graphic, and I didn't say graphical. It's graphic, and that's what it's meant to be. To me, that little bird on the left is one of the joys. It is looking out the frame, but all of the other birds then take your eye back into the frame. The sweet spot to me is the on the left-hand side, part way down on that power line. That is where you're missing a bird, and that is where you get that interruption, which actually creates a sort of disjointedness, which is really, really pleasing. The power lines down the bottom, the one on the right-hand side, you can still see the subtle power line directly going out of the frame. So there's one on the angle and the one that's coming directly down. There is still that detail taking me there. It's graphic. It's an etching. It's beautifully seen and beautifully crafted, and to me has enduring quality, which represents a gold award.
Right, let's see who's going to sit on the wires and who's going to fly. The wings have taken. We have a silver distinction at 87. Great chat, guys. Well done. Supporting each other there. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. So we have very similar responses from you all, and it's resulted in a 73. Happy with that? Mika, do you want to talk to the photographer?
Yeah, I can see why the photographer took this photograph, the tree emerging from the mist and the billowing cloud. I feel that the print has been let down a little by the lack of detail. I think it's a little soft, and I feel that the colour, rather than it being a glowing, warm colour, it's a bit muddy. It's a bit distasteful, and I don't think that contributes to the gloriousness of the scene. There's also some horizontal lines that the photographer might want to investigate.
Great feedback for the photographer. Thank you for that. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. Once again, similar thoughts resulting in a 72. Matt, do you want to talk to the photographer?
Yeah, the layering works really well in this image. However, there's a mood that's being established by the crashing waves that's kind of released by the lightness of the sky. So perhaps the sky that better matches the robustness and mood of the ocean might help improve it.
Thank you, Matt. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. Okay, well, good start. We have a bronze at 75, but we also have a challenge.
Look, I just think this is an exquisite study of a mountain, and it's a beautiful, crisp, well captured black and white portrait of a mountain. It's a classic kind of image, and it's easy to forget or to disregard because it's of its classic nature. The shroud of the cloud over the peak is just taking it a level above that. It's been held delicately in the highlights. I'm a mountaineer. I can start plotting lines on that face. But let me know what you think. I was silver on 84.
Okay, everyone else is thinking similarly. Maybe Jackie.
So I scored at 70 into that good professional practice area. And I think this is an off-scene sort of photograph, just long lens. It's not a lot that unique that's come to it. I found that perhaps at the time of day with the high contrast and that really bright cloud that doesn't seem to have a lot of texture in there was taking my eye away. So maybe I wasn't feeling any emotion from it beyond a good representation of Raki.
You're out on your own a little bit there, Jace. You want to have a crack?
Sure am. Look, I think as I say that the fact that we've seen this style of image a lot shouldn't take away from the fact that it's an award range image. I guess it's just snuck onto a bronze. I'd like to see a stronger bronze or even a silver for the print handling, the challenge of the lighting conditions to still render a well detailed image throughout. And let's go ice climbing in that beautiful, beautiful face.
Rescore. It was a solo climb, mate.
I'm comfortable with that.
But you did creep up one more handhold at 76. So we'll accept that score. Next print, please. We have fairly similar thinking here, resulting in a 73. Jason, before you leave the panel, would you like to make a comment?
Yeah, there's a few things. The distortion, lens distortion with a human figure is always a bit jarring on the left there. There's unfortunately a little bit of print damage, which isn't so much the problem, but the fact that the bird in there is indistinguishable just about from being just a spot on the print it could have been the reward, but unfortunately it was let down.
Thank you. Blank screen, please. And Jace, jump up for Elan. Thank you, Elan. Next print, please. Just to remind everyone that the quietude of judging will be replaced tomorrow by the hubbub of the trade show and the convention. So I hope everyone here is excited about that, and please visit all the vendors who support us every year. Great gear. Things change all the time. Let's see if we're up with it. Thank you to Sony for sponsoring this category, one of the glamour categories, and to Nikon for underwriting the whole thing that allows us all to get together. That's great. We have a bronze at 77. Do you want to comment to the photographer, Kay?
Yeah, I guess I'd like us to just squeak it into a silver range, which I put it on 83. I'm really enjoying the colour palette, the detail that I'm seeing there, and I guess what I really enjoyed was that little hut and the little and the vehicle in there, which really provided that sense of scale within the scene, which added to the whole appreciation of what I was actually looking at.
So everyone else is pretty close to the score that was given. Jackie, you were...
I'm the top one again. I've scored at 73. I wasn't really sure about what the subject was. Was it that little hut, or was it, that is something that you get pulled into? What's in the middle of the scene is big and broad, but it unfortunately just didn't have the light. So maybe it was another half an hour later when the light came in there and would pull my eye in. It just felt like there was the right place, but at the wrong time. A lot of sky, so it was more about what is the subject.
Thank you, Jackie. Yes, Mika.
Yeah, I think this is a beautiful, peaceful image. Really enjoy the colours. It's printed beautifully. I'm on 77, and the reason I wasn't going higher is mainly because there's a peak there that's blown out in the sun. And I just think it could have quite easily been captured so that didn't happen. And I enjoyed that area in the foreground very much, but again, I think it's a lighting concern.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not too bothered by that peak. I see detail in that peak, so I don't see it fully blown out. And to me, it just the angles that we're actually forced to actually look at with the way the mountains are actually coming into the central part, and then the rivery sort of flow brings us back to this little hut. And the detail, I think it's beautifully printed. There's detail in every area of the image, and that band of light at the top just creates that little bit of sense of horizon and what's actually to come during the daytime. So I've just put it in silver, just squeaking in silver, so see what you can do.
Indeed. Let's see. Another solo climb, 78. That's all good. We'll accept that. And next print, please. Fairly even scoring, resulting in a 73. Matthew.
I felt that there were a lot of strong elements that were well captured in this image. However, the composition of the image hasn't curated which elements are the most important and where to place them. An example being the sign that's cut off on the left edge of the frame as well.
Lots of nodding there. Great comments. Thank you, Matt. And I'm sure the photographer will appreciate those. We'll accept that. Next print, please. Very, very close to each other here, resulting in a bronze at 77. Mika, yep, go for it.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the inclusion of the sheep on the bottom left. I think that's a really lovely addition. Enjoy the curve of the water through and the snowiness. I just feel that the overpowering feeling is the snow rather than the landscape.
Thank you, Mika. We'll accept that score. It's still a bronze, so well done. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. Congratulations to all the photographers just for entering. It's a wonderful educational process, and you've got some great minds looking at your work, and even if you score gold or you score less than any award, it's still a rewarding process. It's quite exciting too. Once again, similar thinking, resulting in a 72. Ilan, eh? All right. Thank you for that. We'll accept that score. Next. Oh, sorry, comment. So, Elan, seeing as you clapped so loudly, you can comment. You were the highest score
took
too,
the
by
hat
the way.
off. I lose the plot. It really is a beautiful monochrome print with lots of details. I think a different time of the day would do it more justice without that shade area.
Thank you, Elan. Maybe put your hat back on and you'll feel better. Okay, we'll accept that score. Thank you. Next print. Very close to each other, resulting in a 71. Who haven't we heard from for a while? Go for it, Kay.
Yeah, I think just watch things like the highlights, and I think the overall image has been overworked, so it's deteriorated because of that in terms of the.
Okay, thank you. So we'll accept that score. Next print, please. We've got 3 together and 2 together, which has resulted in a high bronze at 77. One of the 2 together is Elan. You can challenge.
You need 2 for tango. Yeah, I gave this 84. This is an exquisite. I mean, I've never seen anything so yellow, and it's competing. We have those white terrain, probably snow or ice coming down from the right. We have the yellow coming from the top all the way diagonally, and we have a little bit of black. It really is some sort of obviously a very interesting terrain, and it's beautifully printed in a square format. It's exquisite.
Okay.
Yeah, I scored at 73. I absolutely loved the area on the top right, sort of diagonal area, but the bottom left down the bottom is very muddy and it's just got no life, which so to me it's just dragging the image down and the quality of the image down. And I think there's also levels of softness in there that don't add to the overall texture that I should be enjoying within the image.
So we'll just hear from Mika and then you, Jackie.
Yeah, I've scored this 74, high professional practice. I feel that the composition is really good, what you'd expect of an aerial photograph. I do enjoy the yellow. I agree with the muddiness, and I actually think that the paper type has accentuated the soft, muddy feeling of this image, so I don't think the paper is doing it any favours. I also feel that though the gold is beautiful, it's not enough to carry that big section of very mid-tone grey.
Jackie, what's your score and what do you got to say?
So I scored at 83. So I'm asking for silver too, and I think I can feel an authentic sense of landscape here, of mud, of clay, and kind of paint. You know, those textures are the white, the silvery white. It's beautifully understated. I don't think it's an in-your-face photograph of a landscape, but there's the subtleties of that yellow coming through, and I think it's coming through in the right places at the right intensity, and it's a silver, and look, there's a lot of silver on that paper.
Do we leave you out, Matt, or do you want to have a crack?
I think
You're all good? Okay, write a reply.
Yeah, it's muddy. I mean, it's a mud. This is the whole idea of the photo. It is mud, and I think it is the right type of paper. It's subtly has all the right points. We need one more judge at silver, please.
Okay, let's rescore. It originated at 77. Okay, so we're going to have to get our hands dirty again, and we're sitting on 79. Just a little bit too much mud. Stays at 79. It's well done to the photographer, though. It's very high bronze, so we'll accept that. Oh,
Can you, it's untick.
have I unlocked you?
box,
Have I?
like, because it keeps dropping off.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, we'll accept that. Next print, please. Consistent thinking resulting in a 71. Yes, Kay.
Yeah, beautiful sea area in the foreground, but just watch the vignette, it's very heavy. And also the sky, perhaps thinking about a different time of, or different day, a different time of day, because I think that cloud in the sky is quite distracting and a little bit heavy.
So for the photographer, all the other photographers were nodding their head in support of that, so those comments are valuable for you. We'll accept that score, and next print, please. Once again, very consistent responses, resulting in a 72. Matt, you want to have a crack?
Yeah, I think there's some interesting techniques being used, but I'm not 100% sure what the message is. It may be something about litter or rubbish, but I can't visually work out what's going on.
Thank you, Matt. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. Okay, we have a little bit of variety in this one, but it has resulted in a silver, so well done there. It's scored an 81, but Elan wishes to talk to it and challenge it.
Yeah, my score is 88. Look, to do this in camera is really a feat. I acknowledge, the beautiful paper choice, the beautiful printing, the subtle treatment. We have harsh blacks and we have beautiful grays and we have the flow of the water all the way to the mountain. They hold us beautifully at the edge of the stream. It's a beautiful composition, panoramic display. It's worthwhile talking about it.
Well said, Elan. Let's go to Jackie.
I'm on the edge of silver at 77, into silver now. But what was stopping me was the intentional camera movement is a good technique to use, I think, on this subject. But it was on the left and right of frame where there's a darkness that was getting quite blocked up and sort of muddy, and that's a bit of muddiness. Well, we're calling muddy. It's just dark tones of the mountains in the background. I just would have liked those tones lifted a little bit more.
Matt, I see you enjoyed the image. You got anything to say?
Are you referring to me?
I am.
Yeah, I think there's a gracefulness, a delicateness to this image. The in-camera movement has actually supported the subject rather than overwhelmed it. It is quite beautiful. I take Jackie's notes on the darker tones on the edges there. I felt quite similarly, which is why I was at the high silver instead of even higher. In terms of the sky, obviously it's out of the control of the photographer, but there is a bit more darkness on the right-hand kind of third that I do find a tiny bit distracting as well. But I think it's well worthy of a solid silver.
Thank you, Matt. Elan?
Yeah, it's worthwhile the discussion. I think the blacks support the image. We don't need those details. They hold everything together, and they give us the beautiful contrast, the yin and yang. Let's rescore.
Okay, started with an 81. Let's see what happens now. That's nice. It's a very solid silver at 84 now. Could we have a blank screen and could we swap you out, Kay, for Dan? Dan the man, you're in. Thank you, Dan. Next print, please.
I don't think we have our next
Oh, sorry.
final bit.
I was daydreaming a bit, I must admit. It's getting waved at from both sides of the screen. Thanks, guys. That's great. Without me distracting you, you've got to a silver at 81. Fairly even scoring. Is everyone happy with that? Okay, Mika, would you like to talk to the photographer?
Yeah, I think this is a really well seen composition and put together really beautifully. The warm tones of and textures of that background with the warmth of the tree and then the cool of the snow, which has been really well handled. I'm not sure how you could have improved this image. I think the subject keeps it where it is, but I think it's really well done.
I gave it 84.
Thank you, Mika. It's a solid award at 81, so that's great for the photographer. We'll accept that score and have a blank screen, please. And you've been anchoring in the middle there for Mika for a little while, so you can have a little rest. And Catherine, could you come in? All good. Next print, please. Well, four of you are thinking similarly, and one's out a little bit, and it's resulted in a high professional at 74. Jack, you want to have a crack at that? Okay, that's great. Well, would you like to talk to the photographer?
Yes, perhaps it would have been stronger to crop into that major zone. That's what I really enjoyed mostly about it, what was in there close, so just a crop would have made it stronger.
Thank you for those comments, Jackie. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. Everybody's got a 7 in front of it, which has resulted in a bronze at 76. Dan, would you like to have a comment?
It's a well positioned picture. The tones are really interesting. I think they're maybe a little bit exaggerated, and I'd like to see more detail in the shadows. But a nice picture.
Thank you, Dan. We'll accept that score. And next print, please. Okay, that's well done, judges. We have a silver at 83. Yes, Matt?
Yeah, we're in single capture. This is absolutely brilliant. The photographer's shown a great deal of patience in waiting for exactly the right moments to line up. You know, there's two little seagulls above where that plane is. There's the bird on the left that's in a beautiful shape. There's obviously the architecture pointing up towards that plane. There's symbols of love and religion and technology. There's so much happening in this image, and it's all been captured in just like that. So I would say it's well worthy of award at silver distinction.
Ilan, response to that?
Yes, I'm on the other end at 78, and I will go up to silver. I was taken away with the amount of detail. So what I mean is I think the right hand side is exquisite with airplane and that beautiful triangle pyramid. The left, with all that satellite dish and the signage was, I think, too much. I was confused with the message.
Well, the rest of you are thinking similarly. Would you want to add to that, Catherine?
I scored 83 and I was toying towards silver with distinction anyway. I didn't necessarily feel the paper choice was the best choice in this instance. I felt like we could have had a bit more punch through a different choice of paper. The satellite dish, for me, it gives it a sense of depth that may not have existed otherwise. So I really think that's quite a welcome addition in there. And in terms of timing, it couldn't get any better.
Jackie?
I'm already on silver distinction at 87. This Matt said it all, but also the triangular cloud above the triangular building being so beautifully dark and a silhouette, some great choices made, great exposure and timing impeccable, and you've got to have a bit of luck in photography, and that came with it too, with that bird.
Any other comments before Matt takes it home? Matt?
Well, this is the modern day life, but simplified. So you're bombarded with messages of love, religion, technology. There's planes always in the sky. Fortunately, we still have a few birds kicking around in the sky as well. This is just representative of modern city, to have all of those competing messages, and it allows you to pick what story or which direction you want to take yourself. In terms of paper choice, I probably agree with you. But I don't think it's holding it back too much, maybe just by a point or two. We're talking silver distinction, not gold, so I don't think that's too concerning, at least for me personally. Love Jackie's point about the triangle cloud. That's, nature, mirroring, man-made architecture. We're already at 83. Let's not go to a review. We know that this is going to get at least 84, so let's hop up into silver distinction.
Nice passionate fighting for the photograph. Let's see what happens. Well done. Silver distinction, 86. We'll accept that score. Next print. Very consistent thinking there, guys. It resulted in a 71. Dan, would you like to say something to the photographer?
Lovely palette. Perhaps we could have done with something else happening in the picture. It just looks a little, I don't like to say the word bland, but I will say bland. Yeah, keep it up.
Thank you, Dan. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. No, hang on. Okay.
It's a blank screen.
Oh, sorry. Blank screen, please. Ukuleles. So the eucalypts, eucolians, and now the ukuleles. We've just got one image being added to that collection. Could we have the print, please? Excellent. We have a silver at 82. But we have an elective challenge for Catherine. What's your score, Catherine?
I scored this 86. Just seeing there's a real sense of kind of loneliness here, which I'm finding, I'm just really drawn into that magpie. I always sort of see magpies as this symbol of the beautiful bird with unwarranted bad press, and then this really dominant headstone, which also looks quite lonely there, perched up high on a hill. But the hill, it being on a hill, is sort of downplayed by the way that we're seeing the very intentional dark framing, which just draws into that. Just beautiful, delicate fence line in there. Tells us exactly where to look, and it's quite an innovative and interesting way to see this subject.
Thank you, Catherine. Dan?
I hear what you're saying, Catherine, but I think in this case it's one magpie for sorrow as far as I'm concerned. It doesn't really have enough, it needs a bit more life in it, even though it's really a photograph about death and sadness. No, I marked it at 76, and I'll come up a little bit, but not much.
Elon?
I gave this image 84, and I'll go to silver distinction. Life is in the light, and that bird is looking straight into that light, and the blacks are beautifully holding. I don't know what a magpie is. I'll go with a crow, and it simply is, to capture that in camera is outstanding.
Jackie?
I'm on 82, and I'm feeling like I'm going to sit on 82 for a little bit longer, mainly because of the overt darkness and making that light a little bit, it's pretty unnatural. I'm not sure how you'd ever, not that things have to be real, but it just seems so overt. But I really celebrated it into the silver range, but I'm not sure about silver distinction still because of the unbelievability of it.
Catherine?
Yeah, what you see as overt, I see as very dramatic, just bringing the light into where we're meant to be looking, and done in a really rich way, highlighting the soulfulness of the photograph, and without that drama, I really feel the bird is going to be completely lost within. I connect with this on an emotional level, and I find it quite innovative, and the print itself is very rich and deep.
Thank you, Catherine. Let's rescore, please. 82 was the original score. The magpie is crowing. It's now reached 85. We'll accept that score. We'll have a blank screen, please. we are now going to start, well, not instantly, but we're going to go into the digital presentation side of things. Firstly, we're going to make a judge swap from Jackie to Jason. And then the other notices to you judges, if you want coffees, we have runners for you who will get you a coffee. That's if you have money. And if you don't have money, then you can go and get yourself an instant out the back. Oh, yeah, okay, bro. Yeah.
Women, weeds,
Pardon?
weeds, women. W, start with W.
No, I'm all right. Thank you very much, though.
Yep. Can I get you a coffee?
No, God, God.
Do you want to check the piece, guys? Oh, I've got a copy. Did you want this? Yeah. Oh, yeah, you hang on to the ladies. Got something with the meat on it, special time.
Oh, actually, can I ask for a
Did you ask for a pie as well?
No.
What's it make? What's it with the next one?
What's the what?
Crow. Is there a bird named Crow?
There is a bird called crow, but I don't think you get crows in
Crow, it's not go quack, quack. Yeah, but this is a magpie. What's the difference? No, but in the movie,
Lots of exclusions going on. So yes, we do.
As we get tired and stupider.
So did you want a coffee or anything? No, I'm okay. Thank you. Thank you.
I did, and then I gave it to a Nikon shooter and swapped back. The Nikon is still in circulation, so you can swap me. Yeah, you can swap me. I do. Even though you'll probably get a crash from this.
I know it burns. I know it burns. He's got both. I'll probably can find you a Sony one as well.
Nice. I'm right with that. Whichever one wants to pick me up and send me some stuff.
Yeah, there you go.
Good. That's our first image. It should be on the screen for so long.
Oh yeah, do we need to have that there? I guess it doesn't matter. Do we not have the little pre-slide?
No,
no,
it's not on. Oh, this is supposed to be.
Sorry. Just stand there and look it up from view.
I can't. I've tried. Put a shroud over it.
Actually, that's probably not a bad idea.
No, it's just here.
There is some food at the back. Depends if I'm straight back on or not. I'll have one when I'm straight.
No.
It's a bit of fun.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, there hasn't been any gut punches yet. I hope that will be a good joke.
Yeah, it's supposed to be flanked, except for
Not very long. Paul, start magnetising the judges back a little bit. Oh, lead by example. Yep. Who's on the right now?
Yeah, that would be great.
Who's our
Elan.
Elan.
Chop, chop. Run, run.
Run like you've got wind.
Where's your hat, mate?
I'm too warm, you know. I'm losing the plot.
Everyone claims it when you took your beanie off for
All right.
the first time. Big reveal. Good, Russell?
I think every day.
Got everybody?
Yep, thank you.
He's not paying enough attention.
So just a little bit of hush in the audience now, please. Okay, for those not here, we just had a little break. We're now going to be starting the judging of our digital entries in the landscape in camera.
Thanks.
And while it's my voice you're hearing, I'd like to thank very much Steve Hussey, who's actually helping me out and doing all the work, keeping the judges flowing. Okay, we have a few 8s in there, so we've got an average of 80, which is a silver. Well done. Is the panel happy with that? Great. Dan, would you like to talk to the photographer?
Is this a comment?
Yes.
Right. I think this is a very strong image. And I particularly like the way the
Just talk into the
cloud
mic a bit, Dan.
exited. The cloud has exited from the top and is going to do damage somewhere else. I love the perspective of the image, and it's a nice picture, and I congratulate the photographer on being there for that wonderful moment.
Thank you, Dan. I'm sure they'll appreciate that. We'll accept that score. Next image, please. Glenn, jump in, bro. Okay, we have an initial score of 76, which is a bronze. Well done. Scoring is quite close. Okay, Glenn?
Yeah, look, I can challenge that, yeah?
Yes, you,
I just noticed that you're still...
well, it's an elective challenge. Yeah, you can elect.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
Just
you can.
today.
Yeah. So we've just had Glenn jump in for Matt, who has responsibly removed himself because he feels compromised judging this image. That's how seriously our judges take their responsibilities. So Glenn in replace of Matt. Go for it.
Yeah, what I liked about this when I first saw it was the shapes that it creates are very dramatic. I like the starkness of this image against that darker brooding background. It's a very clean reflection. It's far from perfect, but it's a very clean reflection. And just, I want to honour the photographer. I think the 76 we're giving is just a little low. We've sort of started in just at the wrong... The reasons that we scale our images, I think, can often be an important starting point. Here we are at digital. We've jumped from that print to digital, but let's look at that. It's got quite a strong, striking graphic shape to it. And I'd like to hear how others feel as to why it was down as low as 76.
Fair maiden. Catherine Williams.
I scored the 72. The brightness on the trees in the front I find quite jarring against the blue, and the bright also of the land through there also I find is such a major dissection through the middle. Yeah, I'm just not quite there with you on this one.
Yes, Ilan.
I scored this image 72. I find the reflection extremely distracting. The top half is really joyful to the eye. The bottom is extremely disturbing to me.
Concise comment. Jason.
Yeah, I'm there with you. Beautiful light, well seen and observed. It does feel a little unbalanced to me, which is why I didn't go further. I was on 82 as well. But I'm just reading it as a delightful rhythm of shapes and lines and things, mostly, and I like that, so it's worth silver.
Okay, we'll rejudge.
Shall I close?
Oh, sorry, big pardon.
It's just funny the way we judges are, but that kind of warm light with the cold background is the whole reason I love this image, the whole reason I think it's quite powerful and strong. And Elan, nature isn't perfect, so I'm not too worried about that reflection being imperfect. But I understand what you're saying completely. But it is imperfect. Nature does that sometimes. Let's drag it up a bit.
So when you love things and you want them to be in a segment, use the right keys to show the love, not the fence-sitting ones. Okay, we now have a strong bronze at 78. Thanks, Glenn. We'll just jump you up. And Matt, thank you for that. We'll accept that score. Next image, please. That's more like it. We have an 82 at silver, which is great. Catherine? Yep.
Yeah, I gave this 88. Just packs a serious punch in terms of the colour palette, the cyan and the orange. Some really interesting dynamic shapes. And I really think the depth is really evident that we are getting this sort of back and forth motion through the choice of the ropes going down into the water and then the shape and then once again, and then flowing all the way through. Obviously, the connection of the lines is really obvious, but I think that back and forth motion, along with the shadows, is really what's sort of elevating it for me. I'm going to go straight out and say the fault that I found in it, which caused me to not go higher, which was the focus in the centre photo isn't quite sharp exactly in the spot I would have liked to have been. I would have gone higher if it hadn't have been for that. But the rhythm and the colour and the dynamic feel of it, I still feel it's a really, really excellent standard.
Matt?
Yeah, I enjoyed the graphic quality of it and the study of these elements and portrayal in different ways. I appreciate that the top line has been linked up all the way through. However, I do find it a little bit jarring that the center panel disconnects from the right-hand panel at the bottom of the frame. Had there been some sort of object in that space within the bottom left of that third frame, I think that would have really polished it off and raised my score quite considerably. I'm not sure how I feel about it either way, possibly nothing, but it is an interesting study on the effects of bird poo on human design as well.
Okay, Jason.
I think I'm glad we're chatting about this. I gave it 84, which I just held back from the distinction range. I'll come up. The third image is what kept me out of it because it's not harmonious, and I can't decide if that's a good thing or a bad thing, to be honest. Exactly what you said, Matt, held me back, and I can see a potential for a diptych, or I can see a potential for a third image that balance the composition overall better. But at the same time, I do really enjoy the third image. Just don't know if it adds to or clashes with the whole series.
Thank you, Jason. Elan.
Yes, I gave this image 80, and I will come to distinction range. I think the photographer has a lot of courage to put something, I think that's original. I don't know how to achieve these colors in camera. It's fantastic.
It's all right, distracted there. Catherine.
Yeah, the third frame, I just see an imaginary line. I don't believe you need to see everything. I think the imaginary line is created because of where we're led finally out of the frame in that third photograph. I do think, perhaps the obvious choice would have been something that was at the same distance, but that in itself is what makes this original and unique, is to just give a bit more of a sense of place and scope and the further landscape in that third frame. And I just really celebrate the depth of the colour, and I really am glad that Jace talked about or maybe was it Matt, talked about the bird poo, which just gave a whole element of different texture in something that could have just been quite blocky without that.
Okay, original score 82. Good discussion. Distinction at 85. Accepting that, and next image, please. Michael, could you jump in for Matt in this one? Thank you. Okay, certainly we have a range of scores in this one. It has scored a silver though, which is well done. We'll give Elan a turn this time. You are equalled by somebody else, but you can have a crack.
I gave this image 87. We have obviously a focal a subject at the bottom, which is surrounded by those beautiful branches. They embrace this little bush that is struggling with the snow. It's exquisite, the tonal range, how everything is so soft. It simply is, wonderful to look at, and it's so in harmony with the environment. We see lots of details everywhere. 87.
Thank you, Elan. Dan.
Nice one. I appreciate what you're saying, Ilan, but to me this is just a series of trees with snow on it and a little bush that is sharp. I don't see anything really magical about this picture at all, I'm afraid. Sorry.
Well, you're out on a limb a little bit there, Dan. There's plenty of support for the image. Matt, Mike.
Yeah. I got this wrong. The longer I'm looking at it, the more I'm going to certainly go into a silver, possibly a strong silver. I actually like the way that the background's disappearing. And that's what's giving the strength to the foreground. If that fog hadn't been there, and it would have been very cluttered in the background. Instead, it's made it quite simple, and I think it's the simplicity that's giving it the strength. So I'm coming up.
Thank you, Michael. Catherine.
What I read from I gave this 87, and what I read from this, the baby, the sapling, is protected. There's a feeling of nurture that's created through the archways that are above. This, to me, does speak of the secret life of trees, and I really connect to it on that. And also I feel it's been really well managed to keep all that detail in exactly the right places, and then just a little bit more depth and richness in the tree, which tells us that is where the story lies.
Everyone else happy? Elan.
Yes, it is a very simple image, and I actually celebrate how simple that is. There is lots of warmth in those trees, and they're sort of sheltering that little bush, and it's holding everything beautiful in harmony.
Original score 81. Let's rescore. Very good cooperation there. That's a very strong silver distinction at 87. We'll accept that. Next image, please. Thank you, Michael. Very close thinking there, guys. Well done. 73 is the average, which I'm sure we're all happy with. Jace, you want to have a chat to the author there, or the photographer?
Yeah, I love a good bush interior, and there's something you've seen here, but it's just visually quite chaotic, and the strong light combined with the chaotic composition, you just can't rest anywhere. It needs to be. I want it to be tranquil, and it's confusing, but keep looking for lovely forest interiors.
Thank you very much. We'll accept that score. Next image, please. For those not here, we're on the digital presentation side of landscape in camera. The judges are able to get up and inspect the image on a monitor just like they would a print, which they are doing now. So we have all the sevens, which has resulted in a bronze at 76. Well done. Thinking is very close to each other there. Are we happy with that? Yep. Who should I pick on? Matt, you want to have a crack at the author there? The photographer? I've got to stop saying that.
No, I don't want to take a crack at them.
No.
Beautiful mirror-like surface here and a great moody image. Personally, to look above that bronze score, perhaps having something else in the scene that contributes to it, but overall, nicely taken.
Thank you, Matt. I'll accept that score. And just before we go to the next image, could we swap Elam for Glenn, please?
Welcome back, Nolly. There we go. Grizzly. Ready to warm it up. Time to get the jacket off. It's getting real.
Sorry, guys, we're just having a little discussion amongst ourselves here. Okay, next image, please.
Really that warm now? Tropical. So,
Sorry, guys. Okay, we've got sevens across the board too, and it's resulted in a bronze, majority of 3 at 75. Thank you, Matt.
Yeah, this photograph elicits feelings of both the coastline but also snow drifts and hostile winter environments in the one image, which is quite well done. In terms of improvement, our eyes get drawn into that chasm in the center, which is great, but that's not where the detail is being held in the image.
Thank you, Matt. I'll accept that score. And next image. What have I done? What haven't I done? White keyboard. Okay, we have silver at 80, which is great. Everyone happy with that? Dan, would you like to talk to the photographer?
Certainly. I congratulate the photographer on this really whimsical image and the patience that he obviously, or he or she, invested in waiting for that cloud to arrive in just the right place. I find this a lovely, strong image, and congratulations, photographer. You've done well.
Thank you, Dan. So we'll accept that. And I'll push some buttons here and here. Next image. Okay, we have the sevens again, which has resulted in a bronze at 76, so well done for the photographer. Some even thinking there. Catherine, would you like to talk to the photographer here?
Yeah, lovely capture. It feels like the file is just kind of breaking up a little bit, or there's a bit of noise in there, and possibly the contrast is just a bit too heavy, and we're just losing a little bit of detail in the low cloud in the foreground. Yeah.
Thank you, Catherine. So we'll accept that score, and I'll push that button. That one. Here we go. Oh, thank you, Elon. Okay. Well, we have 4 8s and a 9, which has resulted in a silver distinction at 87, but an automatic challenge from the pseudo Matt. But Elan, your score, Elan, is
98. In the Bible, it says, if you like it, put a ring on it. In my Bible. I mean, just look at that. It's unbelievable to capture this in camera. There's so much emotion, there's so much movement, there's so much brightness, there is everything is there. There is the bottom, the water, there's the reflection, there is those warm rocks. To go with the green, it's a celebration to the eyes. It's unbelievable, and it's nature at its best. This is astonishing.
good passion there, Elan. Thank you. Glenn scored it well, but the lowest.
Yeah, my well but lowest was 82. I absolutely adored the initial impact of this image. I'm a drama queen by nature, so I gravitate towards this sort of thing. The reason I didn't go higher, sadly, was I just see some real issues in the blending that's going on between, I'm guessing, just tonalities, knowing what category we're in, between the orange rocks and the water in front, or the ice in front and behind. It's quite unreal, and in a photograph that's all about the real, that's where my problems arose. But hey, I want to hear the others. We're talking gold here, so let's all talk about this.
Indeed. Jason?
Yeah, I don't want to repeat, but the warmth on the rocks is really what jarred for me. It sort of clashed and feels like incandescent lighting or artificial lighting that has not been corrected for or managed well. If I shot this image, I would be absolutely chuffed with myself and pinching myself at the whole situation. It's an incredible scene, but the subject alone can't carry it to a gold distinction. For that, I'd need to see the composition being handled a bit better. The rocks break the composition for me. Where those beams reflected should lead us through into the core of the image there. It just gets interrupted, and also not being held in at the bottom is a bit unfortunate. And yeah, I guess I should stop talking.
Because you've all scored quite highly, I'm going to want to hear from all of you. So, Catherine, you're next.
I scored 84. At this stage, I'm actually quite torn. The rocks themselves, the richness and the warmth on them, I see that not in a negative way at all. I see that adding to it, because it feels a little bit more unusual to be presented with that bar of rocks through there. Which adds a bit more richness, gives me a little bit more of a sense of place. The sharpness on the mountain range behind is quite spectacular, and the level of detail that we're getting in there is really quite something special. The love heart that I'm seeing through the aurora in the middle is really holding my eye and drawing it in there. I've definitely raised my score. I just don't know where to at this stage.
Remember your passion when you go to push the buttons. Dan?
I'd like to congratulate the photographer on this celebration of celestial wonderment. It is just stunning. I don't have a problem with the colour in the rocks. To me, it's all about the thing that's happening in the sky, and whatever happens below it is a gift.
Thank you, Dan. Nice words. I think that's everybody. That's you, Elan.
Yeah, I hear lots of positive, unreal and spectacular, and this is an unreal scenery. To capture this and to present it to us, those rocks, this is their color. And they hold together the bottom of half of the photo, otherwise it would be slightly empty, and it's just something to balance that celebration of the aurora at the top. Magnificent.
Okay, guys, so it was 87 to begin with. I can't remember, but this could be our first gold. Second gold. Well done, judges. And we'll just accept that score and have a judge change. Mike in, Dan out. Thank you, Dan. One rock star for another. Thank you, Mike. You're in, mate.
Thank you.
Thank you. Here we go. Okay, we have the sevens again, which has resulted in a 73. Good professional standard. Looks like the panel's pretty happy with that. Glenn, would you like to talk to the photographer?
Yeah, point of view is fantastic. Shadows work very well, but there's some highlights there that are really blowing out, and it's a bit sort of crisp and chunky in areas. So yeah, just that post-production.
Thank you for those comments. We'll accept that score. Next image. Once again, the sevens have it, and we have the highest of professional standards at 74. Panel happy with that? Michael, do you want to talk to the photographer?
As a comment?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. It's just unfortunate that the long exposures given movement to the background boat. Outside of that, the graphics are really strong, colour's great. But yeah, that was unavoidable to stop the boat moving in the background.
Okay. Thank you, Michael. So we'll accept that score. And next image, please. Similar thinking across the board, resulting in a 72. Matt, do you want to have a comment?
Yeah, there's a beautiful scene that's been captured here. However, you're following the trail and get caught on the sharpness of the branches within the first reflection rather than continuing on down the path.
Excellent observation. Thank you, Matt. We'll accept that score. Next image, please. Once again, a shout out to Sony for sponsoring our category of landscape and camera, and to Nikon for sponsoring the whole show. All their wares will be on display tomorrow at the trade show. Got a lovely audience gathered here, so I hope you guys attend that tomorrow with gusto and support our sponsors. Okay, we have the sevens again, and we have a bronze at 75, majority of 3. Jason, do you want to comment?
Yeah, I see what you're going for here. Beautiful, crisp, sharp image of the water. We need to get rid of that foreground, and I think a black and white conversion would have helped a lot.
Thank you, Jason. We'll accept that score. Next image. Okay, Jason already knows what's going to happen, but wait on. So we have a bronze at 77, but we have an automatic challenge from Jason.
Yeah.
What was your score, Jason?
I was at 87, way higher, and I was mostly wanting to have a chat about it. I often dismiss the camera movement stuff quite quickly. This felt like it had something else in that. The colour palette delights me. Maybe that's what you don't like. The feeling of a river flow along with the mountains. I think it's just holding together the right amount to be an abstract. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm right. We'll see.
So if you're going to fight for something, just use fighting words. Okay? Let's not put any ammo into the enemy's hands. So, okay. Matthew.
Yeah, I supported the image in bronze. I think it's a good professional example of in-camera movement. It does add potential story element in terms of feeling like wind and the effect of wind against mountains and wearing them down and that kind of thing. Technically, perhaps the foreground's just a little bit too bright, but I don't really have too much to pick on it. It's just I wish there was a little bit more to it in terms of bringing it up into the silver or higher ranges.
So everyone else was thinking pretty similarly than you, Jason. Is everyone happy with Jason's reply? Go for it, Jace. Bring it home, mate.
Sure. Fighting words, I think it deserves a silver. It's better than bronze. I've seen bronze go to worse images, and I think reward the interplay of the warm and cold hues. The foreground's not too bright. It's a little brighter, but it doesn't distract you, and it's almost like the inverse of a dark edge that holds you in. It holds you in. With if it was all dark, it would be too heavy with that really blue mountain area, and the airiness and the smoothness throughout those overlaid mountain ridges and peaks, just beautifully handled, and that deserves a reward.
Thank you, Jason. Okay, let's have another go. 77 original score. Okay, they're all laughing because it's now on 79, so we know what to do here. And that's where it stays. Oh, in and out, in and out. Hang on. I'll just tick my box. One sec. So, Glenn and Mike. Thank you very much. 79 it remains. Well done. That's very high bronze. So we'll accept that. And we'll have next image, please. That's her, so she's... Pretty close scoring, which has resulted in a bronze at 77. Michael?
I gave this 80, which is in the next scoring range, and I think it deserves to be at least assessed for something like that, because this is rich, this is classical in terms of use of tone, a huge use of tone, but also if you look behind the rock on the right, the sky is a reiteration of waves and all the things that you'd expect to see in the foreground. But with the long exposure, we've lost the waves in the foreground, but we still see them in the sky, and I find that really fascinating.
Thank you for that, Michael. Let's have a look. Catherine?
I scored the 73. The things that are letting me down are the lack of sharpness through the rock at the back, and also the lack of detail through the just in front of the rock in the light area, the lack of detail through there, and then just the heaviness down on the right hand side. So that's where I'm sitting.
Everyone else is thinking similarly in the scores there, Mike, so maybe you want to just bring it home?
Yeah, look, there is a lack of sharpness in the back rock, I must admit. Given the sand on the right-hand side, it's black sand, and there is tone in there, and there are whites in there, so I'm not terribly worried about that, but thanks for pointing out the soft rock.
Right, let's harden up and score again then. Good discussion, but remains where it is. So we'll accept that.
Alpine fault.
Very similar scoring to each other, resulting in a 73. And Matt, seeing as you'll be leaving us in a minute, would you like to make a comment?
Yeah, beautiful, icy, cold morning, frozen water in the road there. I think what it suffers from is that there's just too much to photograph, and a lot of it's been included in the same frame. If there's a little bit more clarity around perhaps picking out that figure or something in the landscape that you're focusing on rather than the full scene, that might help clarify it.
Thank you very much, Matt. We'll accept that score. And before the next image, Matt and Glenn, could you take a little rest? And Kay and Elan, could you come in?
Russell?
Yes.
Is it okay if I tilt the screen down? I'm just getting all the lights in the ceiling reflected in it.
I'll just concur with my colleague here. Yes, okay.
Oh, PCs.
Yeah, it's important when you.
We can, I didn't want to get taken
Oh,
to the
I'm
back
not sure
room.
what I need to press here. Is that gonna? Is it that one here? Is it? No.
You can use your arrows.
So we're going next.
No, no.
Sorry, we're waiting for them. Sorry.
I'll define down here.
Yeah. That one?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
And go down to 102.
Get in there.
How you doing, Kay? You good? Sweet. So next image, please. Okay, quite close scoring, which has resulted in a high bronze at 78. But we do have Catherine in a different scoring range. What's your score, Catherine?
Yeah, I scored this 87. I feel this is a really powerful portrayal of landscape in our times, with the fire, the many fires throughout. There's a great deal of detail as you work your eye all the way around the frame. There's no loss of detail anywhere. Through the back, you see the breadth of how many trees and the potential this fire has to create, or the fires have to create, absolute havoc. We're really given the impression that this is, a really, really vast area. We've got bigger trees, we've got new growth, we've got a lot of layers, we've got a really well-controlled palette in there. The whole thing's rich, and then the tree itself, the shapes in it are reminiscent of flames. As you sort of pull your way back from the screen, you see flames and flickers and sparks throughout the tree itself, which mirrors what's going on in the story. I think it's quite striking.
Fantastic passion there, thank you. Jason?
I scored this 72, which feels mean now, but listening to that, I still am not convinced. I see the reaching for the narrative you've described, but the very small points of fire aren't enough to create the drama to support that narrative. The issue is real, but the communication of it is not there. Doesn't have the urgency that I would want to see from that issue. And the light on the tree is lovely. The foreground seems unhelpful. Yeah, tell me more.
Thanks for your honesty there, Jason. Kay?
Yeah, I scored 74, and I guess I really appreciate your narrative that you've brought to the image, Catherine. But I guess in the landscape category, I guess what I'm looking for is a landscape that I can really enjoy visually and aesthetically, as opposed to necessarily...
Can you talk to the mic and not to each other?
As opposed to necessarily pulling out a narrative within the scene. I do find, I think the tree in the middle has been beautifully, it's really stunning, but my eye keeps getting conflicted between those flames either side of it. Beautiful detail, yeah, so I'm listening.
Michael?
Yeah, I gave the 77. I'm definitely going up into a solid silver because the longer I look at this, the more I find the detail in there is exceptional. If you look into the top background, that's a reiteration of the potential light in the foreground. That tree is a flame. Just go slightly out of focus with your brain, and it's really licking in there. It's beautiful. The little fires around the back, they're right around the back of the tree as well. So when you start looking in detail at the image, you'll actually find that the tree's surrounded by fire. And I find the whole thing really, really visually interesting.
Excellent. Catherine?
Yeah, I just want to address your comment, Kay, about looking for a visually pleasing aesthetic, and I just don't feel that exists in the criteria. But what I do see existing in the criteria is relating to emotion and visual communication, which are the strongest parts that I'm taking from this landscape. And I do think that is an excellent visual communication with the story. And then I also feel quite strongly that those fires, being smaller, are telling the story of the potential for total engulfment. And then we've got the symbol of the tree that is reminiscent of fire and flames, dead centre and powerful in its own right, but there's the indicator that there is a force that could be greater to take all of this away.
Catherine, you're on fire. Let's see what happens. Well stoked at 82. Well done, good discussion. Next, I will accept that. Next. Okay, we have an 80, which is great, with a majority of 3. No one is way out there, so we're probably happy with that panel, yes? Elan, would you like to talk to the photographer?
Yeah, exquisite colors and beautiful presentation of those. I think it could have scored higher. There's a little bit of noise, and maybe at the bottom we'd have a little bit more space to breathe.
Thank you, Elan. So we'll accept that score. Well done to the photographer. Next image, please. Oh, beg your pud. Michael, could you take a little rest? And Mika. But she's... Oh, hang on. Whoa, 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 whoa. Sorry, just a little bit early. Take a seat again, reverse that. No, it's all right, we'll just wait.
When the music stops, forever seems.
Sorry, judges, there's a lot to think about here. I'm only a mere male. Okay, so we got the next image.
Not yet.
Not yet, now we do. A couple of you have dropped out. Hang on. Here we go. Okay, cool. So we have a 77, which is a bronze. Mika dash Mike, yes?
Yeah, I'm on 81. I really love the rollingness of this and the rhythm of this image. I don't think I've ever been presented with an image that's quite so... I feel like I'm about to go on a roller coaster, and that placement of that vehicle is absolutely perfect for this. Not only do you have the road that's rolling, but you have the fences that are rolling, the hills that are rolling. I just get a real motion to this image. I was initially a bit concerned about the bright area on the left, and then I realised it's a sheep and it's got good detail. There's cows in there. It's such a rural scene. The brights are well handled, the darks are well handled. I just think this is a really entertaining and enjoyable image, and I think you should consider it for a silver.
Okay. If you thought that heavily about it, just nip a bit further over the fence. So that was an 81, so it's pretty close to where you want it to go, but a little bit more might have taken it there straight away. Ilan?
I scored this image 75. What took back for me was the lack of detail. The sky is quite dull, and the foreground is slightly heavily handed. It's out of focus, and it's slightly disturbing. I would have scored it higher had we didn't have that. No, it's rolling. We still have 3 rolls without that foreground.
Thank you, Ilan. Anyone else like to contribute? Catherine?
Yeah, I scored at 76. I just want to talk about it in terms of I don't think that the foreground being out of focus is in the slightest bit disturbing. It gives depth. I wouldn't expect everything here to be sharp. In fact, if it was, I think it would just really just detract from the image. It's one of those ones that you need to sit with for a little bit longer. It feels really timeless, and I appreciate the commentary on the rhythm of this, because as your eye goes around it, you do get that sense of rhythm and a really strong sense of place in this, which is quite heartwarming.
Thank you for that. Mika, bring it home.
Well, the only negative that I have here to address has already been addressed. I actually feel that foreground is important in taking you from where you are into this scene. We are at a distance. We want to be at a distance, and right from the edges we're brought in, and the depth of field. It's single shot. It's in camera. I think this is a really great piece of work.
Thank you, Mika. Let's rescore. 77 was the original score. Well done, a very good challenge. It's resulted in a silver at 80. Sorry, Mika. Thank you, Mika. All sevens, high sevens, which has resulted in a bronze at 76. Everyone concurs there, it looks like it. Kay, would you like to talk to the photographer?
Yeah, I guess for me, I was a little bit on the lower 70s. I felt there was almost 2 images, well, not 2 images in here, but I felt that the bottom part of the image wasn't necessarily adding anything to the narrative, which was enjoyable at the top of the image.
Thank you, Kay. We'll accept that score. Next image, please. Thank you for that. We have a 79. Yes, Jason.
What a quiet, still, peaceful setting. I just feel calm when I look at it. Everything is so undisturbed. There's a little dash of tension from the snow and icicles hanging off the edge of the roof, potentially about to fall. One bit has fallen. There's the promise of maybe getting into this musterer's hut and lighting the fire against the cold and warming up and having a stew at the end of the day. I'm struggling a little bit because I can't tell whether the snow has been handled, partly because the backlight at the bottom of the monitor is bleeding into the display a little bit, so I'm gonna give credit, to the photographer, the benefit of the doubt that the snow has been well handled there, and that it's a technological failure. The little details that we sort of zoomed in on, there's a padlock or something on the door, there's a little something on the horizon on the right, just give you a little bit more to reward you looking for longer. So I think it's exquisite.
Thank you, Jason. Michael.
Yeah, look, I gave it a score, unfortunately, that was influenced by the monitor bleed. I'm seeing pink at the top and the bottom, which actually I don't think's there. I think it's just the way we're seeing it. So I'm going to be lifting my score as a result.
Michael, could you just hit your tab and put yourself in? You explain that. I'm not sure what's going on.
I think you're in the wrong. Sorry, I think you're in the wrong tab. Just take out the score that's in that tab, and then we need to unlock it. I think, and then put your score in your tab. Thanks.
You're a Micah, not Mike.
Sorry, take it out. You're a Mikey. You need to go and...
Sorry. Yeah, it got changed when we changed over.
Yeah, that's cool.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Do your thing.
What are we? Where is
No,
it?
you're back again. You're back again. Have you unlocked the...
Oh, yep, sorry.
Hang on.
Yeah. You logged yourself in, that's all.
Try again.
But it's been there for a while.
Have you unlocked it?
Have you re-entered, Mike?
No, I'll do it again
No,
now.
don't, because you need to go back to... Because it flipped back to that tab. 106.
There you go. Can I put in my new score?
No.
Okay. So, okay, we've got a little divergence of scores here, which has resulted in a 79. Okay, would you like to have a...
Where are we up to? I challenged.
challenged.
You talked.
I haven't
Don't know what's happened here then. Jace, you challenged. Okay, so what are we doing here? What are we rescoring?
It's up to
Okay.
maybe Kay to have a chat, I think.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jace. It's 2 coffees and I've lost it.
Jason challenged. Mike.
Okay, you do whatever you like. Go for
I
it.
can talk. Okay. I actually scored the silver distinction because I actually really enjoy this. The space that's been given to this beautiful, detailed little hut really gives it a sense of place and isolation. The little details, like that little, whether it is a little padlock or whatever on the door, and it's a monochromatic image which has got these absolutely subtle hints of colour within the scene. I'm actually really enjoying the fact that the snow is just smooth, and I know you don't see the detail, but I think that's what I enjoy about it, but it is almost giving that sort of almost a two-dimensional flat graphic aspect to the scene. But the subtle tones in the image really, really, really make it stand out. And I just think it's been well seen and well captured, and yeah, I've put it in that silver distinction range, and I'm feeling the emotion that's coming from it.
Would anyone else like to contribute before Jason has his go? Go.
Thanks, Kay. I obviously wasn't brave enough. Sitting in the silver range. I think that everything that's been said is fantastic. I want to reiterate the quiet calmness of everything about it. One more thing I'll introduce quickly is that I also see a story of potentially looking at the back of a shop. It looks like a shop front on the far side, potentially from days gone by, from back in the Wild West or something, and it's seen better days, but it's still standing. So let's get up there. Come on.
Thank you, Jason. So the original score was 79. So let's excellent. Solid silver, 84. So we're just going to have a little judge change. Could Catherine and Jason take a little rest? Thank you for your good work. And Mika and Jackie come in, please.
You don't have to, though. I mean, yes, you do, but you don't have to agree.
With the images being full size,
Mhm.
was putting the edge of the monitor. There are a few complex sort of technology. Some of the other categories we've been judging haven't filled the entire screen.
I'll just see if this makes a difference. I think if you push F, I'll just try. So much,
No idea.
so much noise here, those
Yeah.
so I reckon. No, I don't know how to get some kind of technical Stephen's waiting.
Yeah.
Monitor.
It was.
Could somebody maybe grab a techo person?
You wouldn't have that.
Have it, exactly.
That's what I've just had a chat to them about.
No, you can't.
Because we're judging every image.
No, you can't.
What's
Doesn't
the
matter.
say?
No, you can't.
Yeah.
You're not allowed.
Continue.
Not allowed what?
No, we can get a tech person to make it.
Yep,
It
someone's
should all be viewed the same, shouldn't they?
someone's going to get somebody. Do you feel you can move on while you wait?
I think to be fair to every image,
Yeah.
I think we need to
be the same.
just continue.
Keep going the same, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Just note it, that's all. Just note it.
Oh, I see. Okay. If I'm not confused enough.
So have they all been on full screen
Yeah,
the
they
whole
have.
time?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, no, they should have been on the other. Okay.
Okay. I thought that was someone running to our rescue. All the sevens. Oh no, there's 1 8 there. We have a 76 bronze, which is great. Okay, so we'll accept that. And Mika, would you like to talk to the photographer?
Yeah, there's a really gorgeous serenity to this image, even though the reeds are intentionally blurred. You can really get a sense of depth with the water behind it, and I think achieving that without any element being sharp is beautiful. There's a little bit, probably too much brightness at the top, so perhaps pull that back and you might have a stronger image.
Thank you, Mika. We'll accept that score. Glenn, come on in, bud. Okay, we have all sevens of a variety, which has resulted in the highest of professional standards at 74. Seems like the panel concurs there. Jackie, would you like to talk to the photographer?
It just became a little bit busy, a little bit unresolved. I think it's a good, nice technique, well used, but maybe a crop and just tell us, enhance the real subject, which is perhaps the sculpture on the plinth, and make that even stronger with another layer even.
Thank you, Jackie. We'll accept that score. And we have the next image.
Do you want me in or am I just subbing?
Hang on for a sec.
Did you just step in for somebody?
He stepped in for Mike, but Mike's gone.
Oh.
He's ran away.
He's
disappeared.
Okay, just stay with the note.
Double sub.
He's got 5 to go.
You're using your tab, eh?
No, I'm on his mic.
You are?
Yep.
Change it. Yeah, change. Oh, he's here? Oh, no, that's all right. Yeah,
Oh, I didn't
please
see
go
that,
back.
mate.
Can you Thank you.
Sit taller in the chair next time?
Sorry.
That's okay. Very similar scoring, and we have a result of 73. So everyone's happy with that. Michael, would you like to make a comment?
I've just come back.
Oh, you've just come back. Okay, Mika, yeah.
Yeah, I think this is a really, well, I hate that word, enjoyable image. But what I mean is, it's very well constructed with the horizontal water and then the definition of the clouds. I feel that the photographer could have improved this somewhat by darkening the sky on the right, just to keep the viewer's eye within the frame. I'm finding my eye is being led out in that centre section on the right.
Comprehensive comments. Thank you very much, Mika. So we'll accept that score. Next image, please. Once again, very similar scoring, and we've resulted in a 72. Elan, would you like to talk to the photographer?
It's an interesting composition, and the diagonal line works well. I think a little bit more detail at the bottom could hold the photograph slightly better.
Thank you, Elan. We'll accept that score. Next image, please. Very close scoring here, which has resulted in a bronze at 76. Jackie.
So yeah, to make this image a little bit stronger, perhaps that the highlight of the white mist coming through could have been just darkened down a little bit. But it's a beautiful leading line. There's a lot of deep possibility in it. Which just worked a bit hard, I think.
Thank you, Jackie. We'll accept that score. Next print, please. image. Once again, very similar scoring. That's resulted in 72. Ilan, would you like to comment?
It is a wonderful pattern. I think to improve the photographer, it's good if you look at your highlights. They are slightly distracting. And yeah, maybe a slight vignette, just a tiny bit to hold the photograph together.
Thank you, Ilan. Before the next image, could we swap out Mika for Dan, please? Okay, we'll accept that score. Next image.
Totally.
Well, it seems like we're changing the judges quite quickly here and there. It's because they have identified images that they feel compromised in judging, which is a responsible decision to make. So we remove them just in case they are compromised. Okay, once again, very close scoring, and it's resulted in a 73. Yep, okay, go for it. Oh no, Dan, seeing as you're new, well, let's warm you up, shall we?
That's a nice boat shot. Strong picture. The atmospheric conditions are strong in the sky. It's definitely a statement picture, and I congratulate the photographer on capturing a great moment in the sky and on the water, just getting that barge exactly right. Great picture. Well done.
Thank you, Dan. Yep, no, okay.
Can I comment? Just
Of course you can, yes, always.
Thank you. I just felt there's a loss of mid-tones in the image, and the images become very, very contrasty. And so there's a lot of loss of detail in the blacks and the highlights.
Good constructive comments, thank you, Kay, and we'll accept that score. Next image, please. Once again, very close scoring. 72 is the result. Ilan, could you comment to the photographer, please?
I think the left half of the photo is exquisite. The panoramic maybe does it injustice because we cannot really rest our eyes on something. A different crop could do a much better outcome.
Good commentary. Thank you for that. We'll accept that score. Next image, please. Once again, very close scoring and resulted in the highest of professional standards before awards at 74. Very much a consensus in scoring there. Michael, would you like to talk to the photographer?
Yeah, I think a crop, especially on the bottom, would improve the overall feeling of the image. There's just too much negative space at the bottom.
Thank you, Michael. I'll accept that score. Next image. Okay, great stuff. We have a majority of 3, and that has scored a bronze at 75. Very close scoring there, so probably a panel consensus there. Jackie, we haven't heard from you for a little while. Would you like to talk to the photographer?
Perhaps to bring this up and make it stronger for me, it would be to just make the bright area just a little bit darker and the shadows a little bit lighter, and then I'll embrace it even more and see all those textures and, yeah, lovely looking through that layer of branches to the little cameo.
Thank you, Jackie. Appreciate that. So before the next image comes up, we'll accept that score. Jackie and Mike, away you go. Catherine and Jason, please. Thanks, Jace. Okay. Never ceases to amaze me how an audience can just sit there for so long, so quiet, so disciplined. Thank you for coming. Excellent. We have a silver at 81. Catherine, what's your score and what are you going to do?
Yeah, I scored this 86. I really want to acknowledge the quality in this entirety of this capture. There's so much detail in this. A beautiful balance with the ice in the foreground to the mountainscape in the background. There's some really lovely movement through the water, a beautiful richness. Just also, it felt a little bit unexpected to be seeing this in a vertical crop. I think that works to provide that sense of balance, because otherwise the puddle that's iced over in the foreground is going to be sort of lost. So it just sort of draws your eye in there, and there's some really nice shapes in that ice in the foreground as well. The rocks that are creeping up through that ice also break through and then appear in the background.
Anyone else want to throw in there? Jason?
Yeah, I was a bit stingy. I was on 78. It's a classical sort of composition technique, the vertical with a strong foreground and a nice clear hero on the horizon, 70-30 split. The puddle escaping the left of the frame held me back. I don't know if I over penalised it for that, because there is some other really nice stuff going on. So I'll listen some more and we'll see where we go.
Okay, let's have a look. Kay.
Yeah, I'll just say brief. I'm with Jason, and just in terms of that breaking of that little puddle on the left-hand side, I just wanted that held within the frame. And I keep looking at the image and thinking whether that horizon line is absolutely straight, because it just has a very, very, very subtle tilt to the right-hand side. So I applaud the photographer for the way it's been captured, because it is absolutely stunning. I'm possibly come up to silver. I'm sitting on 78, but I'm not sure about silver with distinction.
Elon, you supported the image?
Yes, I gave it 83, and I will go up for, it really is a stunning image. To address the breaking of the puddle, it's actually breaking both on the left and on the right with that rock. Look, this is the only reason I didn't give it much higher. I think it deserves silver with distinction. Absolutely, I'm going up.
Thank you. Everyone's similarly thinking. Catherine.
Yeah, cool. So, the breaking of the puddle, I must admit I wasn't sold on that either, but to Elan's point, I do think it works in terms of we're seeing edge to edge in the front with the puddle and then the rock, and then we see edge to edge with the mountainscape in the background. The horizon appears straight to me. I just feel that maybe we're getting the impression of that through the mountain range. It's a little bit hard to really ascertain if that is a problem or not. I really want to reward the extremely high level that we're seeing in the production of this, and in the quality of this, and the richness of this landscape, and the vertical crop, which I think is really successful in this instance.
Great. Original score 81. Let's see what happens. Well done. We have a distinction at 85, majority of 3. Excellent. We'll accept that. Very similar thoughts there, resulting in a 73. Seeing as you're nodding your head, Dan, and I can only see you at this point.
Comment?
Yes, please.
A wonderful graphic image that's been created, but unfortunately there's just too much contrast in the picture, not enough shadow detail to really reward it any higher. But well seen, and love the arc.
Thank you, Dan. So we'll accept that score, 73. Next image. Okay, slight divergence in scoring, but nonetheless we have a bronze at 75. Well done. Panel happy with that? Okay, excellent. Catherine, would you like to talk to the photographer?
Yeah, a really dreamy scene. Think the light patch in the middle is really effective in this instance. Wonderful use of lines. Yeah, in terms of how to improve, I actually don't know. I think it's quite a successful photograph.
I'm sure they're very happy with that too. Thank you very much. We'll accept that. Next image. Well done. We have a bronze at 76. Jason is challenging, elective challenge in a different scoring range.
Yeah, it was on 83. I think that's stingy, guys. This has
That's more like it,
this
Jace.
has great impact. It's got rhythm, it's got shape, it's got beautiful tonality. It's expertly handled. The sky is maybe a little heavy, but that's about all I can criticize it on. I could bounce my way along those hoodoos and find little shapes and details. It's like staring at clouds or something. There's all kinds of rewarding stuff in there. What did you think?
Okay, who might that be? Let's go Kay. You're at the other end there. Although the rest of you are similar.
Yeah, I guess I found the quality of the image has let me down. I definitely appreciate the rhythm and the music of the elements that are being created in there. I almost found it a little bit too busy. And like you said, the vignetting top and bottom just feels quite heavy. So for me, it's more around the quality of the rocks that there's some definite softness in something, whether it's movement or what it might be. It could be camera movement. It's just something that's not, for me, technically pulling it up into an award range.
Elan.
What did you score, Kay?
Sorry, I scored at 72.
Yeah, I scored it 74. I struggle with the softness of these rocks. They're not sharp. And also the fact that the horizon is actually breaking. Those rocks are stunning, and the horizon is actually breaking them sort of in half, some of them. And yeah, I think that's a shame.
Okay. Everyone's thinking along those lines by the scores there. Jason, what are you going to say to bring it home?
Take a step back, walk back behind me if you have to, and look at it from a distance. I will. I don't know whether I should address this. I guess I'm having a problem viewing these at full screen because I don't think it's doing them justice. And I think that's an issue it's a technical issue behind how we view digital images. So I don't know whether to bring that into here, but I think that's not doing this image justice. And I think if you give it the proper viewing distance, it holds up. And the detail is there. It's just being overdriven to be pushed to full screen. And I think if you step back and enjoy the shapes and the tonality and the rhythm, you will find something really wonderful that you can imagine looking at for a long time and getting a lot out of. I think there's a heartbeat, there's a seismic wave. There's a lot going on there that is very rewarding, and so I think we should reward it.
Good stuff, Jason. Let's rescore. The original score was 76. Well done. We have a silver at a majority of 3, 80. We'll accept that score, and I do believe the next image is going to challenge the imagination of the judges a great deal. Well done. We're done. It's all over. Thank you, judges.
Thanks, Russell.
Thank you.